She was simply walking home an ordinary evening, a familiar route, a seemingly safe neighborhood. Yet, those few minutes marked the beginning of one of the most shocking stories to shake the United Kingdom. Sarah Everard's disappearance not only unsettled the nation but forced millions of women to confront the fragility of their own safety. But hey race, what makes this story even scarier, the prime suspect turned out to be no ordinary person. He was someone we trust with our safety. Imagine what happens when a cop becomes a killer. What truly happened that evening? Why did this crime ripple beyond one family to impact an entire country? Most importantly, how did we let it happen? Stay with us to uncover the full truth. This is not just a story of tragedy, it is one that touches all of us. Sarah Everard, a young woman with a radiant smile and ambitious dreams, lived in London, where she worked in marketing. Friends and colleagues described her as warm-hearted and effortlessly sociable. Originally from Yorkshire, Sarah moved to the capital to embark on a new chapter, building her career while savoring the vibrant life of the big city. Among her loved ones, Sarah was known for her reliability and willingness to help. She adored outdoor strolls, especially around London's picturesque areas like Clapham Common, near her home. Active and kind-hearted, Sarah was the type of person who would always call first to wish someone well and offer encouragement during tough times. By early March 2021, life was carrying on as usual. Like many, Sarah worked from home due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic but made time for walks and catching up with friends. These seemingly mundane moments would soon become the critical details of a tragic story that would shake the nation. The first hints of spring were in the air on March 3rd, as Sarah headed out for dinner with a friend. No one could have imagined it would be her last evening. She was one of millions of Londoners who took reasonable precautions in their daily routines. Sarah chose well-lit, busy routes, wore bright clothing to remain visible, and kept her phone within reach. Yet, a city that seemed safe and predictable held hidden dangers. What began with Sarah Everard's disappearance would evolve into a case that raised urgent questions about women's safety and trust in the justice system. That evening, after leaving her friend's apartment in Clapham around 9 p.m., Sarah started her usual walk home, a route she knew well. It was a 50-minute walk through familiar streets and past Clapham Common, where streetlights created an illusion of safety. She spoke to her boyfriend on the phone for about 15 minutes, assuring him she'd be home soon. Tragically, she never arrived. When Sarah failed to return or answer messages by midnight, her friends grew alarmed. Those who knew her habits found her silence uncharacteristic. By the next morning, the worry deepened. Sarah was always considerate; she would notify others if her plans changed, but now, her phone was unreachable. Her friends were the first to notice her absence, retracing her likely routes and contacting hospitals in search of clues. Family members joined the search, and when it became clear their efforts were in vain, they reported her disappearance to the police. London's police acted swiftly, launching a missing persons investigation. Initial steps included interviewing witnesses, reviewing CCTV footage along Sarah's route, and analyzing her phone records. Local residents responded to calls for assistance, spreading the word through social media and community groups. By March 4th, the case was gaining traction. CCTV captured Sarah near Clapham Common around 9:30 p.m., and she was later spotted on a nearby street, the last known sighting. Over the following days, her disappearance became national news, igniting widespread public concern. By March 5, 2021, the investigation had escalated. London's police increased their efforts, with Sarah's face and details broadcast across major news channels and social media platforms. Volunteers shared appeals far and wide, urging anyone with information to come forward. Police units combed the Clapham Common area and surrounding neighborhoods, searching parks, alleyways, and abandoned buildings. Meanwhile, investigators meticulously reviewed tips from the public. Though some leads proved false, every detail was thoroughly examined. The primary focus remained on piecing together Sarah's movements after her last CCTV appearance. The tragedy that unfolded next would leave an indelible mark not just on Sarah's loved ones but on an entire nation. Witness interviews yielded the first crucial lead. Several locals reported seeing a woman matching Sarah's description on Pointers Road around 9:35 p.m. One passerby mentioned spotting a car nearby that seemed suspicious, though he initially dismissed it. This detail would later prove pivotal in solving the case. Meanwhile, Sarah's family, devastated by her disappearance, traveled to London to join the search. Her mother, father, and brother appeared in media interviews, pleading with anyone who might have information to come forward. Their emotional appeals resonated deeply, mobilizing public support. Volunteers distributed flyers and patrolled the area, hoping to find clues or belongings that might lead to Sarah. Investigators increasingly leaned toward the theory that Sarah had fallen victim to a crime. Her vanishing without a trace on the well-lit streets of London defied expectations. This suspicion grew stronger after reviewing CCTV footage, which showed no evidence of Sarah deviating from her route or changing direction. Police began cross-referencing criminal databases for individuals with a history of offenses who might have been in the Clapham Common area that night. By March 6, tensions escalated as authorities issued a public appeal for help identifying a vehicle spotted near Sarah's last known location. Events unfolded at a chilling pace, yet key evidence remained elusive, and time was running against the investigation. On the morning of March 7, 2021, police focused their efforts on analyzing additional CCTV footage from Clapham Common and surrounding streets. One camera captured a suspicious vehicle, a Vauxhall Astra, seen circling the area multiple times and moving slowly, as if its driver were observing someone. This footage became a significant lead. Simultaneously, more witness reports emerged. Some locals mentioned a strange man seen in the area late on March 3. Though descriptions were vague, investigators followed every detail. Officers conducted door-to-door inquiries, seeking anyone who might have seen Sarah or noticed unusual activity that night. Expanding the search beyond London, investigators examined vehicle movement data captured by traffic cameras. They discovered that the car of interest had left the city and headed toward Kent. This revelation heightened suspicions that Sarah's disappearance involved abduction. On March 8, a breakthrough transformed the investigation. A CCTV recording from outside London showed a woman resembling Sarah entering a car matching the description of the suspicious vehicle. Though the driver's face was indistinguishable, the license plate led authorities to the car's owner Wayne Couzens, a serving officer in London's Metropolitan Police. The discovery that the prime suspect was a police officer sent shockwaves to the public and the police force itself. Couzens, assigned to a specialist unit protecting diplomatic premises, was in a position of trust. His role added complexity to the investigation, requiring utmost discretion to prevent leaks or interference. By March 9, investigators used mobile phone data to trace Couzens' movements on the night Sarah disappeared. This analysis directed them to an area near Ashford in Kent, which became the focus of search teams. Search warrants executed at Couzens' home uncovered potentially incriminating evidence, including clothing and electronic devices. These items formed part of the growing body of evidence linking him to Sarah's disappearance. On the morning of March 9, 2021, Wayne Couzens was arrested at his home in Deal, Kent. The operation involved extensive searches of his property and surrounding areas. Police confirmed that his movements on the night of Sarah's disappearance coincided with the location of the vehicle captured on CCTV. Evidence gathered during the investigation further corroborated suspicions against him. From the outset of his arrest, Couzens behaved oddly. He admitted being in the Clapham Common area on March 3 but provided disjointed and contradictory explanations. He claimed he had personal errands but failed to offer coherent details. Searches of his home uncovered several troubling items, including plastic wrapping and accessories that could have been used to restrain someone. Meanwhile, police intensified their focus on the wooded area near Ashford, guided by phone tracking data and Couzens' route history. Forensic teams and volunteers scoured the site, hoping to find evidence or traces of Sarah. Tragically, on March 10, search teams discovered human remains in a wooded area near the location identified in the investigation. The condition of the body delayed immediate identification, but the clothing and other signs strongly suggested it was Sarah. The remains were transported for forensic examination to confirm the identity and determine the cause of death. That day marked a turning point in the investigation. On March 12, DNA analysis officially confirmed that the remains belonged to Sarah Everard. For her family and friends, the news was a devastating blow. Police also confirmed that her death was the result of violent actions. From this moment, the case was classified as a murder. The charges against Wayne Couzens began forming a coherent narrative, making him the primary suspect. The revelation that a trusted law enforcement officer was implicated in such a heinous crime shocked the public to its core. Sarah's family issued a heartfelt statement, expressing gratitude to everyone involved in the search efforts and calling for justice. Meanwhile, investigators continued gathering additional evidence to ensure a successful prosecution. After his arrest, Wayne Couzens was brought to a police station for questioning. Initially, he remained calm but avoided direct answers. Investigators focused on reconstructing his actions on the night of March 3, but his testimony was inconsistent and contradictory. He soon refused further cooperation, citing exhaustion, forcing the police to temporarily halt the interrogation. Simultaneously, forensic experts completed their analysis of the evidence collected during searches. Among the items seized were builders' bags, duct tape, and fibers that potentially linked to the location where Sarah's body was found. These materials became critical components of the growing case against Couzens. The following day, interrogations resumed. Detectives honed in on Couzens' movements, confirming he had rented a car several days before Sarah's disappearance and used it to travel from London to Kent. Traffic camera footage, mobile phone records, and vehicle data corroborated that Couzens was driving the car in which Sarah was believed to have been taken. Under mounting pressure, Couzens changed his narrative, claiming he had been forced to abduct Sarah under threats from a group of Eastern European criminals. However, investigators quickly identified the story as fabrication. The account was riddled with inconsistencies, and further evidence disproved the involvement of any third party. Forensic examination of the rented vehicle revealed traces of Sarah's DNA in the trunk, providing irrefutable proof of her presence in the car. Investigators also uncovered that Couzens had exploited his position as a police officer to deceive Sarah into getting into his vehicle. CCTV footage captured the moment he stopped her under the pretense of enforcing COVID-19 lockdown regulations. Using his police credentials, he gained her trust, leading her into a fatal trap. As the case against Couzens solidified, investigators worked to establish his motives and the precise sequence of events. During further questioning, he continued to alter his statements, attempting to evade responsibility. However, the accumulating evidence left little room for maneuver. On March 10, 2021, the police concentrated their efforts on a wooded area near Ashford, Kent, based on mobile phone data indicating Couzens had spent significant time there on the night of Sarah's disappearance. Forensic teams, K9 units, and volunteers equipped with thermal imaging devices and drones scoured the area. By midday, a search team discovered Sarah's body in a ravine, concealed in garbage bags. The condition of the remains suggested she had been there for several days. Forensic specialists meticulously documented the scene to preserve critical evidence. This discovery marked the culmination of days of tireless investigative work. The body was immediately transported for autopsy. Preliminary findings suggested strangulation as the cause of death, an assertion made even before DNA results confirmed the identity. On March 12, DNA analysis officially identified the remains as Sarah Everard. Additional key evidence surfaced. At the crime scene, police discovered items of Sarah's clothing previously unaccounted for. Fiber and DNA analysis linked these items to the car rented by Couzens, further cementing his involvement. Investigators determined that after abducting Sarah, Couzens had taken her to Kent, where she was held for several hours before being killed. Using knowledge from his police training, he attempted to conceal his crime by selecting a remote woodland location, hoping the body would remain undiscovered. Thanks to meticulous police work, his efforts failed. The discovery of Sarah's body and the confirmation of her identity sent shockwaves across the nation. Public grief manifested in vigils, with flowers and candles placed in Sarah's memory. Social media campaigns with hashtags like #JusticeForSarah and #ReclaimTheStreets highlighted the urgent need to address women's safety and systemic flaws within law enforcement. Sarah's family issued a heartfelt statement, expressing their gratitude for the police's efforts and the overwhelming public support. Their grief and anguish were palpable in every word, and their call for justice became a rallying cry for thousands. Amid mounting public pressure, Wayne Couzens became the central figure in one of the most high-profile investigations in UK history. The evidence gathered against him formed the foundation of formal charges. On March 13, 2021, Wayne Couzens was officially charged with the kidnapping and murder of Sarah Everard. Prosecutors presented a robust case, including mobile phone data, CCTV footage, DNA evidence, and witness testimonies. These elements became the cornerstone of the prosecution's case, which soon moved to trial. The first court hearing took place on March 16. Appearing via video link, Couzens seemed subdued. He entered a plea of not guilty, and his defense team began challenging the evidence. However, the strength of the prosecution's case made it a formidable task to counter. The trial garnered immense public attention. Journalists covered every detail, while hundreds gathered outside the court, demanding justice. The fact that Couzens, a serving police officer, was the defendant made the crime even more egregious. As more details emerged, the case took on an even darker tone. It became evident that Couzens had meticulously planned his actions. He rented a car, gathered materials for the abduction, and exploited pandemic-related restrictions to lure Sarah into his vehicle. Posing as a law enforcement officer enforcing COVID-19 regulations, he used his badge and authority to gain Sarah's trust, a betrayal that proved fatal. Forensic analysis confirmed that Sarah's death was caused by strangulation. Evidence found in Couzens' home, car, and at the crime scene matched the prosecution's timeline of events. Items such as plastic wrapping used to restrain Sarah and her clothing further implicated him. During the trial, it emerged that Couzens had a history of inappropriate behavior that had gone unaddressed by police oversight mechanisms. This revelation sparked outrage and calls for systemic reform within law enforcement. Public demands extended beyond convicting Couzens to holding the system accountable for its failures. On September 30, 2021, the court delivered its verdict: life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. This sentence reflected the severity of the crime and the profound breach of public trust. The judge emphasized that Couzens' actions had undermined the fundamental relationship between citizens and the police, necessitating the harshest punishment. For Sarah's family, the verdict offered some solace, though their lives would never be the same. They expressed hope that Sarah's story would serve as a lesson to prevent similar tragedies in the future. Following the sentencing, the UK was swept by a wave of public outrage. The murder of Sarah Everard by a police officer ignited a nationwide reckoning on women's safety and trust in law enforcement. Protests and vigils began in London and quickly spread across the country. One of the largest movements was #ReclaimTheStreets, which united thousands of women demanding greater protection from violence and systemic reforms. The movement's central message that women have the right to move freely and safely at all times resonated deeply. The phrase "it could have been any of us" became a powerful symbol of solidarity, highlighting the pervasive threat of violence against women. The protests also cast a spotlight on police accountability. Many question how someone like Couzens, with a history of complaints, could remain in the force. Revelations of prior allegations against him, which had been overlooked, fueled calls for an overhaul of police oversight. The public demanded an acknowledgement of systemic failures and decisive action to prevent future abuses. Under mounting societal pressure, Home Secretary Preeti Patel announced an independent inquiry into the circumstances that allowed Cousins to remain in his position. Reforms were introduced, including stricter vetting procedures for police recruits and improved mechanisms for investigating complaints against officers. Additionally, initiatives to enhance street lighting and expand CCTV coverage were launched. Efforts also focused on improving police-community relations. Authorities pledged greater transparency in law enforcement operations and accountability for misconduct. Educational programs aimed at addressing discrimination and violence within the police force were rolled out. Sarah's family supported the public movement, stating that their daughter's memory should inspire change. They expressed hope that her death would catalyze a transformation, making society safer for everyone. Sarah's legacy became a rallying point for countless women who began sharing their own experiences of violence, breaking the silence and challenging the stigma surrounding such issues. However, alongside calls for change, sharp divisions emerged. Authorities faced criticism for their response to protests, particularly after police dispersed a peaceful vigil in London, citing breaches of pandemic restrictions. The forceful actions sparked a new wave of outrage and ignited debates over the right to assemble and the freedom to protest. Sarah's story remained a potent symbol of why systemic transparency is vital and why citizens must be protected from all forms of violence, including that perpetrated by those entrusted with upholding the law. Her tragedy became a profound societal lesson and a catalyst for efforts to make life safer for women across the UK. Sarah Everard's death left an indelible mark on her family, friends, and millions around the world. Her name became a symbol of the fight for women's safety and justice, inspiring a wave of social initiatives in her memory. In March 2021, just weeks after her tragic death, vigils were held in London and other cities. One of the most poignant was an unsanctioned gathering at Clapham Common, near the site of Sarah's abduction. People arrived with flowers, candles, photos, letters, and signs demanding change. Despite strict police measures aimed at preventing large gatherings due to pandemic restrictions, thousands came together to honor Sarah. The Everard family expressed gratitude for the support they received during their darkest hours. They established a charitable foundation in Sarah's name, dedicated to funding programs that assist victims of violence and promote educational initiatives on women's safety. The fund quickly gained public attention and support from major organizations. Long-term projects inspired by Sarah's story began to take shape. One such initiative focused on creating safe walking routes in major UK cities, featuring enhanced lighting, CCTV coverage, and emergency call points. Another involved mobile apps enabling real-time reporting of suspicious activity. These initiatives aimed to ensure that public spaces felt safer for everyone. Sarah's tragic death also brought attention to broader issues of violence against women. This momentum pushed the government to consider and enact stricter laws addressing sexual violence and harassment. New measures included tougher penalties for stalking and stronger safeguards against abuses of power by law enforcement officials. In 2022, a memorial bench was installed at Clapham Common in Sarah's memory. The inscription on its backrest read, "In memory of Sarah Everard and in support of every woman who deserves the right to feel safe." This modest but poignant tribute became a place of reflection for those wishing to honor her legacy. Sarah's story shifted public consciousness, serving as a stark reminder of the need to combat violence rooted in inequality and misuse of authority. Her name now stands not only as a symbol of a tragic loss but as a rallying call for change, inspiring people worldwide to advocate for safer, fairer societies.
February 19, 2020, began like any ordinary morning in the suburb of Brisbane, Camp Hill. For Hannah Clark, this morning also appeared mundane. She was helping her children prepare for school. Little did anyone know that this seemingly routine school run would culminate in tragedy. This tragedy shook Australia to its core. Thousands, upon learning of the events, pondered a singular question: how could this happen? Hannah had repeatedly sought help from friends and law enforcement alike. Why was no one able to protect her? Hannah Clark's story became a symbol in the fight against domestic violence. It compelled people to reflect on the fact that issues of control and cruelty within the home could affect anyone, even the strongest and kindest individuals. Hannah Clark, born Baxter, was raised in Brisbane, Australia. She was the eldest daughter in a loving family and stood out from a young age for her vivacity and strength of character. Her parents, Lloyd and Sue Clark, were always proud of their daughter. She was energetic, determined, and incredibly attuned to those around her. Hannah grew up in an atmosphere of understanding and support. The Clark family lived harmoniously, often spending time together on picnics or traveling. From an early age, Hannah engaged in sports and was passionate about gymnastics. This hobby not only allowed her to unlock her potential, but also fortified her character. Training instilled in her discipline, perseverance, and teamwork. In her teenage years, she became a role model for many of her peers. Hannah possessed natural beauty, yet she refused to let it be her sole attribute. Her smile, openness, and willingness to help others endeared her to everyone. Later, she began coaching younger children, sharing her gymnastics knowledge, which brought her genuine joy. However, despite her outward optimism and success, Hannah was, like everyone, a person with her own hopes and fears. She dreamed of a simple yet happy life, to build a family surrounded by love and care, to raise children, and to pursue her passions. No one, including herself, could foresee the challenges that lay ahead. When Hannah met Rowan Baxter in 2008, she was just over 20 years old. At that time, she had no inkling that this man would become the love of her life. Rowan was 11 years her senior and exuded the charm of a charismatic, self-assured man. By then, he had already concluded his career in professional rugby, having played for the New Zealand Warriors, earning a reputation as a robust and disciplined athlete. After retiring from sports, he sought his path in various fields, including personal training and the fitness industry. Their initial meetings were romantic, with Rowan actively courting Hannah, emphasizing how special she was. For a young woman yearning for love and a strong family, these relationships seemed to herald the beginning of something beautiful. Although Hannah's family supported her choice, they soon began to notice troubling signs. Yet, as is often the case, love in its early stages obscures any doubts. Gradually, the relationship with Rowan grew increasingly serious. He captivated not only Hannah, but also her loved ones, presenting himself as caring and responsible. The couple married in 2012. From that moment, Hannah's life began to change, though not in the direction she had envisioned. After the wedding, Rowan increasingly intruded into Hannah's life. He began to distance her from close friends, claiming it was better for her to spend time solely with him. This was framed as concern, but in reality, it was an attempt at control. Hannah's parents did not immediately recognize this dynamic, but soon they felt that their daughter was sharing her thoughts and feelings with them less frequently. From the outset, Rowan was a man accustomed to dominance. This manifested not only in his personal life, but also in his views on family. He believed that a man should be the leader, while a woman should follow his directives. At that time, Hannah still tried to justify his behavior, viewing it as a manifestation of strong character. After their marriage, Hannah and Rowan moved to Camp Hill, a suburb of Brisbane, to be closer to Hannah's parents. At first glance, their life resembled an idyll. The birth of children marked a significant milestone in their marriage, infusing it with joy and new meanings. In 2013, the couple welcomed their first daughter, Leah. She was a long-awaited child, and Hannah was overjoyed in her new role as a mother. She cared for her daughter with immense love, striving to create an atmosphere of happiness and security. Rowan seemed to share in the joy of fatherhood, yet simultaneously became increasingly demanding. 2 years later, in 2015, their second daughter, Leanna, was born. Now a mother of two, Hannah continued to maintain order in the home and devoted all her energy to raising her daughters. However, the responsibility for household chores and childcare rested almost entirely on her shoulders. Rowan frequently expressed dissatisfaction if things did not meet his expectations, revealing more aggressive traits. In 2016, the family welcomed another child, a little boy named Trey. Hannah loved each of her children unconditionally. She made every effort to raise them in an environment out of care, love, and harmony. Despite the growing difficulties in her relationship with Rowan, she focused on her children's happiness and their future. However, with the birth of Trey, the control and pressure from Rowan intensified. He began to impose even more demands on Hannah. He monitored her time, restricted her interactions with friends and family, and even ordinary outings with the children became a source of conflict if Hannah did not coordinate her plans with her husband. His demeanor was deceptively quiet. Rowan did not always raise his voice, but his words and tone consistently conveyed that he considered himself the head of the family. Close relatives and friends noticed changes in Hannah's life. She began to communicate less frequently with her friends, reduced her sports activities, and rarely shared what was happening at home. Lloyd and Sue Clark tried to support their daughter as best they could, but Rowan skillfully isolated her even from them. He sought to create the impression that the Clark family was interfering in their relationship and convinced Hannah to maintain distance. To the outside world, the Baxter family appeared ordinary. They posted photos on social media where they smiled and spent time with their children. Rowan wanted their life to seem flawless in the eyes of others. Hannah devoted herself entirely to her children, striving to provide them with the best childhood possible. She played with them, taught them kindness, told them stories, and sang lullabies. In her eyes, these moments with her children compensated for any pain she experienced in her marriage. At the same time, Rowan began to reveal himself as a harsh and sometimes unreasonable father. He established strict rules that the children were expected to follow and became irritated if anything deviated from his plans. His manner of communication with the children was abrupt, lacking the gentleness they saw in their mother. Hannah often tried to protect them from their father's rudeness, but this only led to new disputes and conflicts. Despite all the difficulties, Hannah believed for a long time that she could cope. She tried not to show her pain to those around her, holding on for the sake of her children. She felt that if she remained patient and strong enough, she could overcome all trials and preserve her family. But the tension continued to escalate. Living under constant control and fear was destroying Hannah from within. She increasingly contemplated the fact that this marriage no longer brought happiness to either her or her children. Yet, thoughts of separating from Rowan seemed terrifying. She did not know how to protect herself and her children if she left him. This fear kept her trapped for several more years. Over the years, Hannah became increasingly aware that her marriage to Rowan was far from ideal. What had initially seemed like care transformed over time into total control. His desire to dictate every aspect of her life became unbearable. It gradually became evident that Rowan did not view Hannah as an equal partner, but rather as someone who should completely submit to his will. Rowan's control extended to virtually everything. Hannah could not leave the house without informing him of her destination and purpose. He monitored her phone calls, checked her messages, and even demanded explanations if she received letters or notifications. Initially, she tried to resist, but this only provoked his outbursts of anger. Rowan could lecture her for hours, accusing her of disrespect and ingratitude. Particularly difficult were the moments when Rowan resorted to open aggression. Although physical violence was not frequent, his emotional and psychological pressure shattered Hannah from within. He belittled her, claiming that she had achieved nothing in life and that without him, she was a nobody. Such words gradually eroded her self-esteem, causing her to doubt her worth. By the end of 2019, Hannah realized that continuing to live with Rowan had become unbearable. His behavior had long since crossed the line of acceptability, and the children began to notice his outbursts of anger and the tension in the home. Hannah felt that she could no longer pretend. She understood that if she stayed, she would not only destroy her own life, but also jeopardize her children's future. The decision to leave was not easy for her. Each time she began to contemplate leaving Rowan, fear would paralyze her. He had repeatedly threatened that if she left, he would take the children. "You will never see them again," he would say, making Hannah shudder at the prospect of losing her most precious treasures. These words kept her trapped, forcing her to endure. However, gradually, her love for her children outweighed her fear. She realized that they would not have a normal childhood if they remained in that house, filled with tension and conflict. In November 2019, Hannah made up her mind. She took the children and moved in with her parents, Lloyd and Sue Clark, who had always supported her. For Hannah, this was a monumental step. She knew that Rowan would not let this go unchallenged. Indeed, his reaction was immediate and furious. From the moment of the separation, Rowan began a campaign of harassment. He called daily, sent messages, and showed up at Hannah's parents' house, demanding to meet. He pleaded for her to return, promising to change, but simultaneously threatened her if she refused. This behavior was characteristic of Rowan. Manipulation and pressure were his primary tools. Hannah tried to remain strong. She began working with a psychologist to cope with the effects of the psychological abuse she had endured for years. Her parents were her support, helping with the children and creating a space where she could feel safe. However, even this could not fully shield her from Rowan. One of the most challenging moments for Hannah was dealing with the children's questions. Aaliyah, Liana, and Trey were too young to understand what was happening between their parents. They loved both their mother and father and asked why they no longer lived together. Hannah tried to speak to them honestly, yet gently, explaining that sometimes adults decide to live apart to be happier. It was important to her that the children did not feel guilty. Meanwhile, Rowan continued to intensify the pressure. He filed a lawsuit seeking joint custody of the children. For Hannah, this was a devastating blow. She knew that Rowan would not be a good father, especially after he had revealed his cruel side. However, the law required that his claims be considered, and Hannah was compelled to meet with him again at the hearings. Each encounter with Rowan was fraught with threats and humiliation. He accused her of destroying the family, labeled her a bad mother, and even threatened to take the children abroad. Hannah sought help from the police, but their ability to protect her was limited. Rowan was cautious. He left no clear evidence of his threats, avoiding direct physical violence after their separation. Despite this, Hannah continued to fight. She obtained a temporary restraining order, limiting Rowan's contact with the children and prohibiting him from approaching her home. This provided her with a brief respite, but did not eliminate the danger. Rowan became increasingly unpredictable. He ignored the restrictions, appeared near her parents' house, stalked her around town, and attempted to manipulate the children. One of the most distressing moments was when he began using the children as a means to hurt Hannah. He told Aaliyah and Liana that their mother was preventing him from seeing them, trying to sow doubt and resentment in their hearts. This deeply wounded Hannah, who was striving to maintain the children's relationship with their father despite his behavior. By December 2019, the situation had escalated. Rowan was becoming more aggressive, and Hannah began to fear for her safety. It became clear to her that the threats he had previously voiced could escalate into actions. She tried to minimize contact with him, but each new encounter, whether in court or in daily life, brought her new stress. Hannah longed to start anew. She dreamed of returning to work, continuing to coach the children in gymnastics, and providing them with a happy future. Yet every step she took was met with resistance from Rowan, who could not accept that he had lost control over her. By early 2020, Rowan Baxter's behavior had become more dangerous and unpredictable. His aggression intensified daily, especially as he realized that Hannah was firmly resolved not to return. He no longer limited himself to phone calls and text messages. Now he actively stalked her, creating scenes outside her parents' house, where Hannah had moved with the children. Hannah did everything possible to ensure her and her children's safety. The restraining order against Rowan was in effect, but he frequently violated it. One such violation occurred when he unexpectedly appeared at the school playground where the children were playing. Under various pretenses, he attempted to interact with them, instilling terror in Hannah. Rowan knew all too well that psychological pressure on Hannah through the children was his most potent weapon. She lived in constant fear that he might harm them. Hannah reported to the police every time Rowan violated the order. However, the legal measures that could protect her proved insufficiently effective. Like in many other domestic violence cases, the system responded to each individual violation without considering the broader picture of escalating threats. Rowan skillfully navigated the boundaries of the law, leaving no direct evidence that could justify more stringent measures. One day, Rowan took a particularly terrifying step. He sent Hannah a letter in which he explicitly stated that he would not allow her to destroy his family. The text was rife with implications of violent actions, although he carefully avoided direct threats. This letter was the final straw for Hannah, who realized that he was willing to go to any lengths. She contacted the police again, but they informed her that, despite the overall alarming context, there were no specific grounds for his arrest. The support of her parents was a tremendous help for Hannah. Lloyd and Sue Clark not only defended her, but also assisted in caring for the children. Lloyd often accompanied Hannah when she went out, ensuring she did not feel vulnerable. Nevertheless, even their support could not entirely alleviate the tension. Hannah felt trapped. On one hand, she had done everything to escape Rowan, yet, on the other, he still controlled her life through fear. In mid-January 2020, Rowan attempted to meet the children without Hannah's consent. He once again lurked near the school and had tried to speak with Aaliyah. Hannah learned of this later and immediately reported it to the police, but once again, no decisive action was taken. That evening, Rowan left another message on the answering machine saying, "I warned you, Hannah. You brought this on yourself." These words sounded ominous, but proving that they constituted a threat was challenging. Hannah began to share her concerns more frequently with her parents and close friends. She expressed that she felt as though Rowan was preparing for something terrible. Her friends suggested that she leave Brisbane and start anew in another city where Rowan could not find her. However, for Hannah, this was too difficult. The children were in school, she had just begun to settle in after the move, and most importantly, she did not believe that fleeing would fully protect her. Rowan, for his part, was sinking deeper into his obsessions. He felt he was losing control over Hannah and the children, which pushed him toward radical actions. Rowan's friends recalled that he often spoke of how much he hated Hannah for her decision to leave, asserting that she would have to pay for it. A few days before the tragedy, he made one last attempt to persuade Hannah to return. He showed up at her parents' house with flowers and toys for the children. However, Hannah refused to even speak with him, and Lloyd asked him to leave immediately. At that moment, Rowan lost all self-control. He began to scream, accusing Hannah and her parents of ruining his life. This incident ended with yet another call to the police, but Rowan managed to leave before they arrived. A day before the tragedy, he posted on social media a message that would later be regarded as a sinister omen. In this post, he spoke of betrayal and the pain of having the people you love turn away from you. None of his followers, including friends, perceived this text as a signal of the impending catastrophe. During those days, Hannah felt particularly despondent. She confided in her mother that she feared for her children, yet she endeavored to maintain a facade of calm for their sake. February 19th, 2020 began like any other morning for Hannah Clark. She rose early, assisted her children in preparing for school, and made breakfast. Little Aaliyah, Liana, and Trey joyfully discussed the day ahead, while Hannah tried to focus on these happy moments. Despite the wait of recent months, around 8 a.m., Hannah loaded the children into her Kia Sportage, parked near her parents' home, as they were set to head to school. As she pulled onto the road, her attention was drawn to movement in the rearview mirror. It was Rowan. He was following their car, waiting for the opportune moment. He knew Hannah's route by heart and had pre-selected a location for the attack. Turning onto Raven Street in Camp Hill, Hannah halted her vehicle at a red light. It was then that Rowan seized the opportunity. He drove up in his car, leaped out, and rushed towards Hannah's vehicle, holding a canister of gasoline. Before Hannah could react, he doused the car with a flammable liquid through the window and struck a match. The flames engulfed the vehicle instantaneously. Inside, screams erupted. Hannah and her 3 children found themselves trapped in a fiery snare. Witnesses reported that Rowan blocked the doors to prevent anyone from escaping. Bystanders nearby immediately noticed the fire and rushed to the burning car. They attempted to help, but the flames spread too rapidly. They managed to pull Hannah out, who miraculously managed to open the door and escape. However, her body was nearly entirely engulfed in flames. Hannah cried out, "He poured gasoline on us. He set us on fire." Her words shocked everyone present. People tried to comfort her, call for an ambulance, and do everything possible to assist. However, the children in the back of the car remained inside. The fire was so intense that approaching the vehicle was impossible. Rowan made no attempt to flee. Instead, he stepped back and inflicted a fatal stab wound upon himself. His body was found nearby when emergency services arrived. Hannah was rushed to the nearest hospital in critical condition. Doctors diagnosed her with burns covering 97% of her body. Despite the medical team's efforts, Hannah succumbed a few hours later. She fought for her life until the end, but her injuries were incompatible with survival. The 3 children, Aaliyah, Liana, and Trey, perished at the scene. Their deaths represented an irreplaceable loss for the Clark family and sparked a wave of grief across Australia. This tragedy shook not only those who knew Hannah personally, but also thousands of strollers who learned of the story through the news. Flowers, toys, and notes began to appear at the site of the tragedy. People from all corners of the country expressed their condolences to Hannah's family, condemning violence and the system's failure to protect her and her children. Meanwhile, an investigation commenced. The police confirmed that the attack had been meticulously planned by Rowan. Additional canisters of gasoline and knives were found in his vehicle, indicating his intent to carry out his plan to the end. This was a crime committed by a man who could not accept that he had lost control over Hannah. News of the tragedy in Camp Hill quickly spread throughout Brisbane and then across Australia. Television channels, newspapers, and social media covered the story, expressing shock and sorrow. The story of Hannah and her children became a symbol of the horrifying consequences of domestic violence that had been ignored by society for far too long. Lloyd and Sue Clark, Hannah's parents, learned of the incident almost immediately. They were devastated. The death of their daughter and 3 grandchildren left them in a state of shock. Social media was flooded with posts bearing the hashtags #Hannah Clark and #Stop Domestic Violence. Thousands of people shared their stories and called on the government to reform laws protecting victims of domestic violence. This marked the beginning of a significant public movement, demanding immediate action from authorities. The police began their investigation right after the tragedy. The first step for investigators was to reconstruct the events of that day using eyewitness accounts and surveillance footage. It was evident that Rowan had meticulously planned his actions. He purchased gasoline at a service station hours before the attack and left farewell notes found in his home. In them, he justified his actions by blaming Hannah for destroying the family. Investigators also examined his communication history with Hannah over the past months. The messages he sent were filled with threats and manipulation. In them, Rowan repeatedly asserted that Hannah had no right to deprive him of his family and that he would go to any lengths to achieve his goals. In the course of the investigation, relatives, friends, and acquaintances of Hannah were interviewed. Her parents recounted that Hannah had repeatedly expressed concerns about threats from Rowan, yet her reports to the police did not result in significant action. Hannah's friends confirmed that she lived in constant fear, striving to provide her children with a normal life. The investigation revealed numerous vulnerabilities within the domestic violence victim protection system. The restraining order intended to safeguard Hannah proved ineffective. Violations of the order were documented, but they did not lead to serious consequences for Rowan. This case compelled society and the government to acknowledge that existing measures were insufficient to prevent violence. Experts in domestic violence advocacy issued statements calling for stricter laws. Among the proposals were increased accountability for violating restraining orders, more thorough handling of threats, and providing victims with access to safe housing. Following the tragedy, Hannah's parents launched a campaign to raise awareness about domestic violence. They established the Small Steps for Hannah Fund, which began engaging in educational and charitable projects aimed at assisting victims of violence. The fund's mission encompassed not only supporting the affected, but also preventive efforts to help individuals recognize early signs of abuse. This initiative garnered immense support. People across Australia donated in memory of Hannah and her children. Some movement participants began conducting training sessions for police officers, social workers, and lawyers to enhance their understanding of how to respond to domestic violence cases. After the conclusion of the police investigation, the fate of the case was handed over to the coroner. The coronial inquiry, which commenced several months after the tragedy, aimed not only to officially establish the circumstances surrounding the deaths of Hannah and her children, but also to determine whether authorities could have prevented the crime. This process attracted significant public interest, as many hoped to find answers to lingering questions. During the hearings, the coroner meticulously examined the events leading up to the tragedy. Testimonies from police officers, friends, and relatives of Hannah, as well as specialists in victim protection, were heard. A crucial part of the investigation included recordings of phone calls, emails, and messages that Rowan sent to Hannah. These materials vividly illustrated how the threats and manipulations escalated. Key evidence comprised recordings of Rowan's conversations with his friends and colleagues. In these discussions, he openly expressed his anger, stating that he would not allow Hannah to win. His words, which might have initially appeared as mere emotional outbursts in the context of the tragedy, revealed his intentions. Particular attention was given to how the police and judicial system responded to Hannah's appeals. The hearings uncovered numerous shortcomings in law enforcement's actions. For instance, it was revealed that Rowan violated the restraining order against Hannah at least 5 times, yet none of these violations led to his arrest. Moreover, he managed to convince some police officers that he was merely trying to mend relations with the family. This fact incited outrage among Hannah's loved ones and the broader public. The story of Hannah Clark and her 3 children, Aaliyah, Liana, and Trey, left an indelible mark on the hearts of millions. While the pain of loss for the Clark family was unimaginable, their strength and determination to transform tragedy into a lesson for society became a catalyst for change. This chapter is dedicated to how the memory of Hannah and her children influenced Australian society, laws, and attitudes toward the issue of domestic violence. Hannah Clark and her children left behind not only profound sorrow, but also a powerful legacy. Their tragedy became a catalyst for change, enabling many victims to find protection and preventing potential crimes.
On a warm August evening in 2018, in a quiet suburb of Philadelphia, the life of Christina Carlin Craft was abruptly cut short under mysterious and brutal circumstances. A young and successful model who graced the pages of glossy magazines found herself at the center of one of the most shocking crimes that rocked the local community. What led her to a fateful encounter with the individual who took her life? This question is the key to a story filled with enigmas, despair, and the quest for justice. Christina Carlin Craft was born in South Jersey, USA. From a young age, she exhibited a keen interest in the modeling industry and the entertainment sphere. With her green eyes, chestnut hair, and olive-toned skin, Christina had Russian, German, and Swedish roots. This unique appearance drew attention, and soon she began to take her first steps in her modeling career. In the early 2010s, Christina actively collaborated with various modeling agencies, striving to establish herself in the industry. Her determination and natural charisma allowed her to participate in photo shoots for renowned brands and magazines. However, the path to success was not easy, and Christina faced numerous challenges typical of the competitive world of fashion. Despite the difficulties, Christina continued to work diligently, honing her skills and expanding her portfolio. Her professionalism and dedication gradually bore fruit, opening new opportunities in the modeling realm. Thus, the early years and the beginning of Christina Carlin Craft's career were characterized by a pursuit of self-realization in the modeling industry, overcoming obstacles, and a gradual ascent to success. Christina Carlin Craft gradually established herself in the modeling industry, earning a reputation as a hardworking and charismatic model. Her career began to flourish after participating in several major projects that became turning points. One of her significant achievements was collaborating with well-known magazines such as Vanity Fair, Maxim, and Playboy. For each publication, Christina showcased her versatility, effortlessly embodying various personas. With her striking appearance and natural charm, she became popular among professional photographers. Working in the modeling industry opened doors for Christina into the world of glamour. She faced an intense schedule, shooting on different continents and attending numerous public events. It was a challenging path where competition reached its peak, but Christina proved capable of withstanding the pressure. Christina placed particular emphasis on professionalism and maintaining connections. She understood the importance of finding common ground with clients and agents. This helped her secure consistent offers, expand her network, and confidently move forward. One of the traits that distinguished Christina from other models was her commitment to self-improvement. She constantly worked on herself, refining her poses, posture, and emotional expressiveness. Many colleagues and acquaintances noted her willingness to experiment and her eagerness to learn new things. However, Christina's ambition for success extended beyond mere photo shoots. She also had a keen interest in design and art. She enjoyed exploring how unique looks were created for the runway and magazines, as well as participating in the process of crafting photo sessions. The peak of Christina's career coincided with a surge in attention to social media. She utilized Instagram as a platform to showcase her work, regularly posting snapshots from shoots and sharing her thoughts on fashion and beauty. This allowed her to attract a broad audience and solidify her presence in the industry. Despite the external glamour and success, the life of a model was filled not only with triumphs but also challenges. Christina constantly juggled a demanding schedule, personal life, and the need to find time for rest. Her perseverance and determination helped her overcome difficulties, but it often required immense effort. Christina Carlin Craft became not just a model but a symbol of ambition and professionalism, inspiring many young women aspiring to achieve success in the fashion world. This phase of her life represented a time of realizing long-held dreams and a significant step toward recognition. Beyond the bright lights of photo shoots and runway shows, Christina Carlin Craft led a rich personal life that remained a mystery to many. Despite the public nature of her profession, she endeavored to keep her personal relationships away from the cameras, leaving space for privacy. Christina grew up in a family that always supported her aspirations for success. Her parents played a crucial role in her life, often serving as a source of moral support and inspiration. Their advice and example helped her maintain resilience in the face of challenges that arose along her path. In her interactions with friends, Christina revealed herself to be a kind and attentive person. She valued close relationships, made an effort to assist those dear to her, and always found time to meet with loved ones. This contrasted with the model image that many associated with coldness and selfishness. Christina, on the contrary, was renowned for her warmth and friendliness. Christina's personal life was not without its complexities. Like many public figures, she was surrounded by admirers and acquaintances who were not always sincere. Some found it difficult to accept her success, which at times led to envy and tension. However, Christina strived to maintain a positive outlook, focusing on those who genuinely cared for her. During the peak of her professional career, Christina engaged in romantic relationships that, according to those close to her, held significant meaning. However, maintaining a balance between her career and personal life proved to be a formidable challenge. A demanding shooting schedule, travel, and client meetings often hindered her ability to cultivate stable relationships. A key aspect of her life was her pursuit of harmony. Christina frequently sought ways to alleviate stress through sports and meditation. She had a passion for travel, drawing inspiration from diverse cultures and new locales. This quest for inner balance enabled her to maintain clarity of mind and stay focused on her goals. Among Christina's friends were not only colleagues from the modeling industry but also individuals from the realms of art, music, and design. These connections opened new horizons for her and allowed for the exchange of ideas with like-minded individuals. She believed that genuine relationships are built on mutual respect and understanding, regardless of social status or professional differences. Christina Carlin Craft's personal life was filled with a desire for happiness and harmony. Surrounded by many people, she had the ability to find those who were truly close to her. This capacity to value authentic relationships made her not only a successful model but also an inspiring individual. The summer of 2018 marked a turning point in Christina Carlin Craft's life. Despite her flourishing career and a life seemingly filled with vibrant events, numerous occurrences during this period foreshadowed tragedy. Christina rented an apartment in a condominium in Ardmore, a suburb of Philadelphia. This area was renowned for its safety and respectability, making it appealing to successful professionals. The apartment served as not only a place of rest for Christina but also a sanctuary where she could be alone and recharge. In the week leading up to the tragic events, Christina was active. Neighbors reported that she appeared cheerful, greeting those around her and showing no signs of distress. However, on August 18, an incident disrupted her tranquility. She reported to the police the theft of personal belongings from her apartment, including a designer handbag and jewelry valued at several $1,000s. This event unsettled Christina, yet she hoped the police would swiftly apprehend the culprits. Subsequently, she changed the locks on her apartment in an effort to secure herself. Nevertheless, a sense of unease lingered. In the days that followed, she confided in friends about her concerns, mentioning strange phone calls and a feeling of being watched. On August 23, Christina met Jonathan Harris, a man who would later be implicated in her demise. They encountered each other in a bar in Philadelphia. Surveillance footage captured the couple spending several hours together before heading to Christina's apartment. These recordings later became a crucial element in the investigation. Neighbors claimed to have heard noise coming from Christina's apartment on the night of August 22, 23, but no one paid it much attention. The noise was not overly loud, and the cries did not sound like pleas for help. However, it was during these hours that events unfolded that would forever alter the lives of Christina's family and loved ones. In the early morning of August 24, 2018, police officers arrived at the condominium in Ardmore following a call from a concerned relative of Christina Carlin Craft. The relative had been unable to reach her, which was highly unusual for Christina, who was always in touch. Upon entering her apartment, the police discovered the body of a woman. Christina lay on the bed, strangled with a cord. There were no signs of forced entry or robbery, raising numerous questions immediately. Forensic experts began examining the crime scene. Signs of a struggle caught their attention: overturned furniture, torn bed linens, and damaged decorative items in the bedroom. These details indicated that Christina had fought back against her assailant until the very end. Despite the absence of visible signs of forced entry, experts speculated that the killer may have been familiar with Christina and allowed into the apartment willingly. The police scrutinized surveillance footage from the building and the street. The recordings showed Christina returning home accompanied by a man on the evening of August 23rd. The cameras captured them entering the building together, after which Christina led her guest to her apartment. The preliminary forensic examination determined that the cause of death was asphyxiation due to strangulation with a cord. No signs of sexual violence were found, however, there was evidence of a physical struggle, indicating a deliberate and brutal nature of the crime. Experts also collected DNA samples from the crime scene, hoping they would aid in identifying the suspect. One of the initial theories proposed by the police was an attempted robbery. Despite the absence of clear signs of theft, a previous history of items disappearing from the apartment prompted investigators to consider this hypothesis. Nevertheless, the lack of forced entry and the presence of valuable items left behind weakened this theory. Simultaneously, investigators began interviewing neighbors and acquaintances of Christina. Many claimed she had not mentioned any conflicts or threats against her, although she had appeared noticeably tense in the days leading up to the incident. Several neighbors reported hearing strange noises on the night of the murder, but these accounts did not provide a clear understanding of the timeline of events. A pivotal moment in the investigation was the analysis of surveillance camera footage. The identity of the man who entered the apartment with Christina was established through his tattoos and clothing. He was identified as Jonathan Harris, previously convicted of theft and robbery. This revelation marked a significant breakthrough in the case, providing investigators with a direction for further inquiry. The discovery of Christina Carlin Craft's body and the subsequent developments shocked not only her loved ones but also the public. The model's circle was taken aback that such a tragedy could occur in a relatively safe neighborhood, regarded as one of the best places to live. The police prioritized Christina's murder, promising to find the perpetrator as swiftly as possible and to uncover all circumstances surrounding the incident. Ahead of them lay a complex and multifaceted process of seeking the truth. Following the discovery of Christina Carlin Craft's body, the Montgomery County Police launched an extensive investigation. Detectives understood that time was against them, and every missed detail could hinder the capture of the murderer. An operational headquarters was immediately established to coordinate the efforts of the investigative team. The first step involved processing the crime scene. Forensic experts documented all possible evidence, including fingerprints, fabric fibers, and biological materials. Particular attention was drawn to the DNA samples found on the cord used to strangle Christina. These samples became crucial in identifying the suspect. Investigators also meticulously examined the apartment. Given that the locks on the door had been recently replaced, the investigation ruled out the possibility of a break-in. This supported the hypothesis that Christina had willingly let the murderer in. Surveillance footage emerged as one of the primary sources of information. Detectives reviewed dozens of hours of video to establish the exact time Christina returned home and to identify the man accompanying her. The footage clearly captured the suspect's face and tattoos. Later, this information was used to create wanted posters. Additionally, recordings from nearby cameras were analyzed to determine the suspect's movements before and after the crime. This enabled the police to track his whereabouts and identify potential hiding places. Interviews with neighbors confirmed that on the evening of August 23rd, Christina returned home accompanied by a man. Some residents heard noises and screams but did not consider them alarming enough to call the police. These testimonies helped reconstruct the overall picture of events. Friends and family of Christina were also questioned. None of them recognized the man with whom she spent her final hours. This indicated that their acquaintance had occurred shortly before the tragedy. A key moment came with the use of the DNA database. The materials collected from the crime scene matched the profile of Jonathan Harris, who had a prior record of several offenses, including robbery and violence. His name was already in police archives, allowing for the swift identification of the suspect. Detectives also discovered that Harris had been released from prison just weeks before Christina's murder. This added another layer to the suspect's profile. He was a person with a criminal past, prone to violent behavior. After identifying Jonathan Harris, the police initiated a large-scale manhunt. His photograph and description were disseminated to police stations across the state and published in the media. Officers checked potential hideouts, interviewed acquaintances, and tracked his movements. A few days later, on August 28, 2018, Harris was apprehended in Allentown County. He attempted to evade capture but was recognized due to the wanted poster circulated by the police. Upon his arrest, a phone was seized, containing crucial evidence, including messages confirming his connection with Christina on the day of her murder. Jonathan Harris did not immediately confess to his guilt. In the initial interrogations, he claimed that he and Christina had met by chance and that the murder occurred accidentally during an argument. However, the evidence collected by the police indicated a premeditated nature of the crime. Interrogations and the collection of evidence became the foundation for formulating the charges. The police completed the initial phase of the investigation, but a complex process of proving the suspect's guilt in court lay ahead. Following the arrest of Jonathan Harris on August 28, 2018, the Allentown police transferred him to the investigative team from Montgomery County. Harris, previously convicted of a series of violent crimes, emerged as a key figure in the murder case of Christina Carlin Craft. His arrest marked a significant breakthrough in the investigation, yet the detectives faced the challenge of establishing his involvement. Upon his arrest, Harris exhibited signs of nervousness but attempted to maintain his composure. He denied his guilt, claiming that a conflict had occurred between him and Christina, which allegedly ended in a tragic accident. However, the police already possessed evidence that cast doubt on this narrative. Items found in Harris' possession, including a phone with messages and surveillance footage, played a crucial role. These pieces of evidence linked him to the crime scene and the final hours of Christina's life. During the first interrogation, Harris admitted to meeting Christina at a bar in Philadelphia on the evening of August 23. He asserted that she invited him to her home to continue the evening. According to Harris, a quarrel ensued, fueled by alcohol-induced disagreements. He described the situation as a sudden outburst, which supposedly led to the tragedy. However, investigators noted numerous inconsistencies in his statements. Harris could not explain why signs of a struggle were found at the crime scene, and the act of strangulation with a cord clearly indicated intentionality. Moreover, his account of the time spent in the apartment did not align with the surveillance footage. The investigation relied on the gathered evidence. DNA analysis found on the cord and in other areas of the apartment matched Harris' samples with absolute certainty. This effectively undermined his attempts to deny involvement. Additionally, messages found on his phone suggested aggressive intentions. The police presented Harris with photographs from surveillance cameras. The images showed him exiting Christina's home on the morning of August 24, while the model's body lay in the bedroom. These recordings ultimately dismantled his defense. Under the weight of the evidence, Harris altered his testimony. During one interrogation, he confessed to strangling Christina but continued to insist that it was done in a fit of rage. Nevertheless, the investigation classified Harris' actions as premeditated murder, considering the circumstances and nature of the attack. Shortly after his confession, the Montgomery County District Attorney's Office charged Jonathan Harris with first-degree murder. He was also charged with aggravated assault and unlawful entry. Harris' arrest marked a significant step toward achieving justice, yet his contradictory statements rendered the upcoming trial a challenging endeavor. The public closely followed the developments, while Christina's family hoped for justice. The trial of Jonathan Harris commenced in late 2018 and became a pivotal moment in the case of Christina Carlin Craft. The proceedings garnered immense public and media interest, as the case not only shocked with its brutality but also raised numerous questions about safety and justice. The prosecution, presented by the Montgomery County attorneys, was based on irrefutable evidence. This included surveillance footage, witness testimonies, DNA analysis, and forensic examination results. The prosecutors aimed to demonstrate that Christina's murder was premeditated and cold-blooded. In contrast, the defense built its strategy on the assertion that Christina's death was a tragic accident. Harris' attorneys argued that a quarrel between him and Christina inadvertently led to her demise. They emphasized the absence of signs of sexual violence and the potential intoxication of both parties. During the initial hearings, the prosecution presented key evidence. The attorneys highlighted video recordings showing Harris in close proximity to Christina during her final hours. These images, along with DNA traces at the crime scene, unequivocally linked Harris to the murder. The court also heard the results of the medical examination. Experts confirmed that the strangulation with a cord was executed with significant force, ruling out the possibility of an accident. The prosecutors contended that Harris' actions were intentional, as he could have ceased his actions but chose to continue strangling the victim. Throughout the trial, several witnesses testified. Christina's neighbors recounted the noise emanating from her apartment on the night of the murder. Although many did not witness the events themselves, their testimonies helped corroborate that a struggle occurred within the apartment. Christina's friends also provided testimonies, describing her as a person who avoided conflict and violence. They mentioned her concerns for her safety following a prior theft incident, which heightened the drama of the situation. The defense of Harris sought to portray him as an individual caught in an emotionally charged situation. The attorneys contended that Harris lacked a premeditated motive, asserting that the events unfolded due to an escalation of conflict. Harris personally took the stand, declaring that he had no intention of harming Christine. However, his testimony was met with skepticism by the prosecution, as it contradicted the factual evidence. Prosecutors emphasized that his actions following the murder, concealing evidence and attempting to flee, indicated his awareness of guilt. The trial spanned several weeks, with the final statements from both sides underscoring opposing narratives of the incident. The prosecution insisted on the premeditated nature of the crime, while the defense endeavored to mitigate Harris' culpability by appealing to his emotional state. The public closely monitored the proceedings, expressing support for Christina's family. They hoped that justice would prevail and that the perpetrator would face appropriate consequences. In November 2018, after several weeks of deliberation, the court began to render its verdict. The tension in the courtroom reached a peak. Both sides understood that the final decision would culminate all efforts expended throughout the trial. For Christina's family, it was a moment of hope for justice. For Jonathan Harris, it was a last chance to evade the maximum penalty. The jury, composed of 12 members, deliberated for over 2 days. In their hands rested Harris' fate and the hopes of Christina's loved ones for justice. They examined a multitude of evidence, including surveillance footage, forensic results, witness testimonies, and DNA evidence. Ultimately, the jury delivered their verdict. Jonathan Harris was found guilty of first-degree murder. This verdict indicated that the court deemed Harris' actions intentional, carried out with full awareness of their consequences. The announcement of the verdict provoked a torrent of emotions in the courtroom. Christina's relatives erupted in tears, embracing one another. They expressed gratitude to the prosecutors, police, and all those who worked on the case for restoring justice. Harris, in contrast, maintained an outward calm, although his attorneys attempted to assert the possibility of an appeal. For them, it was a defeat, but the outcome of the case was virtually predetermined by the abundance of evidence and the severity of the charges. A few days after the verdict, a hearing was held in which the judge delivered the sentence. Harris was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The judge noted that the brutality of the crime, its intentional nature, and the defendant's lack of remorse rendered a more lenient sentence impossible. In his statement, the judge extended condolences to Christina's family, emphasizing that her life was cut short by a ruthless act of violence. He also remarked that this case serves as a reminder of the necessity to combat recidivism and enhance monitoring of such individuals. Following the sentencing, Christine Carlin Craft's case sparked widespread public discourse. Many discussed safety issues, particularly concerning women living alone. Calls for enhanced protective measures and improved surveillance systems in residential complexes emerged. Christina's family expressed satisfaction with the sentence but noted that no punishment could restore her life. They urged the public to remember Christine as a vibrant, kind, and talented woman whose life ended too soon. After the conclusion of the trial, Christine Carlin Craft's name continued to resonate not only in connection with her tragic demise but also as a symbol of hope and a reminder of the importance of safeguarding women's rights. Her death left a profound impact on the hearts of her loved ones, friends, and the entire modeling industry. Overcoming the pain of loss, Christina's family decided to immortalize her memory. They established a charitable foundation in her honor, aimed at supporting women facing violence and threats. This foundation organized lectures, self-defense training, and awareness campaigns addressing safety issues. Christina's relatives also participated in initiatives aimed at improving legislative frameworks. They advocated for stricter monitoring of repeat offenders and enhanced preventive measures against violent crimes. The modeling community also took action. Christina's colleagues and friends organized charity fashion shows in her memory. The funds raised during these events were directed toward supporting educational programs for young women aspiring to careers in the fashion industry. Her story inspired many designers and photographers who used their creativity to express support and respect for her life. A well-known magazine featured a photo shoot dedicated to Christine, showcasing her colleagues working on projects she once dreamed of realizing. Some time after her passing, a documentary aired on television, focusing on Christina's life and career. The film highlighted not only her achievements but also the personal struggles she faced while navigating the challenges of the industry and life in a big city. This project served as an opportunity to remind people of the importance of maintaining humanity and caring for others, even in a world filled with competition and pressure. Every year, on her birthday, Christina's friends and family gathered to celebrate her vibrant life. These gatherings have become not only a way to honor her memory but also a reminder of the importance of cherishing every moment and protecting those in need. The story of Christine Carlin Craft is not merely a tragedy but a lesson for society about the fragility of human life and the necessity of remaining vigilant. Her memory lives on in the hearts of those who knew her and in the actions inspired by her life. On April 2, 2021, the world of 6-year-old Corey Micciolo was abruptly shattered in a home that was meant to be his sanctuary. His untimely death sent shockwaves through the small town in New Jersey and reverberated across the nation. What initially appeared to be a tragic accident unfolded into a harrowing tale of cruelty, indifference, and the systemic blindness of a system designed to protect children like Corey. At first glance, this family seemed unremarkable. His mother, Brianna Micciolo, was a strong and nurturing woman who devoted her life to her son. His father, Christopher Greger, outwardly presented himself as a model parent. Yet behind closed doors, their family concealed numerous issues that no one wished to acknowledge until it was far too late. Corey Micciolo was born in 2014 in New Jersey, into a family that, at first glance, appeared to be thriving. His mother, Brianna Micciolo, aspired to provide her son with the very best. From the outset, she was wholly devoted to nurturing him, striving to create a warm and stable environment. However, Christopher Greger, the boy's father, frequently exhibited signs of strictness and control that troubled Brianna. From the beginning, he displayed a strong character that sometimes veered into aggression. Despite this, the first few years of Corey's life were relatively peaceful. Brianna endeavored to shield her son from any conflicts and dedicated all her time to his upbringing. From the moment of Corey's birth, his mother assumed full responsibility for his development. She described her son as a cheerful and inquisitive boy who adored drawing, playing with toy cars, and listening to bedtime stories. He quickly bonded with other children and loved spending time at the playground. "He was my happiness, my joy," Brianna later recounted in an interview. Corey's life began to change after his parents officially divorced in 2019. The divorce was fraught with conflicts, increasingly centered around custody issues. Brianna insisted that Christopher was unfit to be a full-time caregiver due to his character and behavior, but the court ruled otherwise. In 2020, the court decided on joint custody, granting Christopher the right to regular visitation with his son. For Brianna, this decision was a devastating blow, as she knew that behind the facade of a composed and balanced man lay a harsh and, at times, volatile individual. After the visitation began, Corey started to change. Brianna noticed that her son became more withdrawn, often appeared depressed and anxious. He smiled less frequently, and his interest in play and socializing with friends noticeably waned. One day, Corey confided in his mother that he was afraid of his father. He recounted how Christopher forced him to do things he did not want to do and sometimes punished him for simple childhood mischief. "He yelled at me and said I was bad," Corey shared during one of those conversations. Brianna began to notice bruises on her son's body that he could not explain. Initially, she thought they might be typical childhood injuries, but it soon became evident that the injuries occurred more frequently when Corey spent time with his father. She reached out to social services, voicing her concerns, but was told there was insufficient evidence for any action. Social service workers claimed that Christopher had no history of violence, and therefore, they had no grounds to intervene. However, Brianna refused to give up. She continued to seek help, trying to find a way to protect her son. Despite Brianna's efforts, the system continued to ignore the obvious signals. Corey remained in his father's custody, and with each visit, Brianna's anxiety only intensified. Gradually, Brianna began to feel as though she was losing control of the situation. Her words were not taken seriously, and Christopher's actions remained shrouded in darkness. All she could do was wait, hoping that nothing terrible would happen to her son. But the situation only worsened. Each new incident went unnoticed, and the system designed to protect children like Corey repeatedly failed. After the court's decision in 2020, Corey's life changed dramatically. He now spent regular time with his father, Christopher Greger. For Brianna, this became a true test. She knew her son did not want to be with his father, yet she felt powerless to change the situation. The court's decision seemed final, and her repeated appeals to social services yielded no results. From the very first weeks of joint custody, Brianna noticed that Corey returned from his father's house feeling dejected and exhausted. Her concern deepened when the boy began to fear discussing what transpired in Christopher's home. One day, after returning from his father's, Corey confessed that Christopher had made him do push-ups for a minor infraction. "Mom, I'm tired. Dad says I have to be strong," he said quietly. For a 6-year-old, such punishments were excessively harsh, and Brianna realized that her fears were beginning to materialize. She once again contacted social services, detailing the changes in her son's behavior and instances of physical punishment. But her reports met with the same response: insufficient evidence. The agency staff believed that the punishments Brianna described could be elements of strict parenting, rather than abuse. Corey not only endured physical punishment but also began to experience significant psychological pressure. Christopher, as it later emerged, compelled him to remain silent about what transpired at home. The boy became increasingly withdrawn, fearing that any word he uttered would provoke his father's wrath. "I saw him becoming a different person. It was as if my cheerful, open son had been replaced," Brianna recalled later. Corey began to evade his mother's inquiries about his time with his father. Sometimes he cried before visits, pleading not to be left there, but Brianna felt powerless to intervene. Despite the lack of response from social services, Brianna decided to contact the police. In one of her statements, she described an incident where Corey returned home with visible signs of abuse on his arms and legs. The police conducted a superficial investigation, but it ended with merely a conversation with Christopher. He insisted that he had never harmed his son and attributed the bruises to active play. Without further evidence, the police also chose not to intervene. The court's decision, coupled with the inaction of social services and the police's distrust, took its toll. Brianna felt powerless. The system that was supposed to protect her son seemed to ignore the obvious signs of violence. Child Protective Services limited their involvement to infrequent visits and superficial checks. They spoke with Christopher but failed to conduct thorough investigations. None of them asked Corey what happened when he was with his father. Yet, Brianna continued to fight. She kept a journal, documenting everything that transpired with her son. Her entries noted his words, bruises, and anxious behavior. She hoped that one day this evidence would help her save her child. As time passed, the warning signs became increasingly apparent. But instead of offering assistance, the system remained passive. All Brianna could do was watch as her son slowly faded away. The onset of joint custody marked a point of no return. Brianna sensed that the situation was spiraling out of control, but despite her efforts, no one wanted to hear her voice. March 2021 became a critical juncture in the tragic story of Corey Micciolo. During this period, events unfolded that could have saved the boy had the child protection system and law enforcement paid attention. One such incident occurred on March 20th at a gym, where Christopher Greger decided to employ harsh methods of discipline on his son. Christopher Greger was known for his passion for sports. He frequently visited the gym, claiming to maintain his physical fitness. However, that day was different. He chose to bring along 6-year-old Corey. Witnesses in the gym later recounted that Christopher's behavior towards the boy appeared strange. He forced Corey to run on the treadmill, despite the child's complaints of fatigue. When Corey began to plead for a break, Christopher raised his voice and ordered him to continue. "You need to be strong, stop being a weakling," he allegedly told his son, according to eyewitness accounts. Surveillance footage, which later became crucial evidence, showed the boy struggling on the treadmill while his father stood nearby, watching the ordeal. Some gym goers noticed the situation and attempted to intervene. One staff member approached Christopher, trying to convince him that the child looked tired and needed to rest. But Greger dismissed him, asserting that this was his son and he would raise him as he saw fit. After the incident, one witness decided to report what had transpired to social services. However, as had happened before, their response was the same. "Well, look into it." Brianna, learning of the incident, was furious. She contacted the police again, providing them with this information, but once more, no significant action was taken. This incident left a mark on Corey. He became even more withdrawn and anxious. Brianna recounted that her son complained of leg pain and expressed fear of his father. "I don't want to go to him anymore, Mom, please," he would say before another visit. She tried everything to prove that her son was in danger. In addition to her statements, she submitted the surveillance footage from the gym, but even that was insufficient. She was once again told that the evidence was inadequate. The gym incident became yet another missed opportunity to prevent tragedy. The surveillance footage, eyewitness accounts, and Brianna's statements were all ignored. For social services, it was merely another case unworthy of attention. Corey's fate increasingly depended on the actions of an adult who was supposed to care for him but instead became a source of fear and pain. All Brianna could do was continue to fight. But time passed, and the situation worsened. April 2021 brought the most tragic events in the life of Corey Micciolo and his family. All the warning signs that had been ignored for months reached a breaking point. The events that transpired just days before the boy's death later became central to the criminal case against his father, Christopher Greger. On April 1, 2021, the day before Corey's death, Brianna insisted on a doctor's visit. She noticed that the boy appeared tired and depressed, also complaining of stomach and leg pain. She was concerned that his physical condition deteriorated after each visit with his father. The pediatrician, upon examining Corey, noted bruises on his arms and legs. However, according to Brianna, the doctor did not ask further questions about the origin of these injuries. The mother urged attention to possible abuse, but no specific conclusions or actions were taken. The medical report merely noted general exhaustion and signs of bruising. Brianna was convinced that these were the consequences of time spent with Christopher. Yet the system continued to remain deaf to her pleas. On the morning of April 2nd, Corey was scheduled to spend the day with his father, as usual. According to Brianna, the boy cried, begging her not to let him go. "I'm scared, Mom, don't leave me there," he said before leaving with Christopher. That day became Corey's last. In the evening, Brianna received the devastating news her son had died. Christopher reported a tragic accident that occurred in his home. Christopher claimed that Corey had felt unwell while playing and fell from a height. He stated that he immediately called for an ambulance, but the medics could not save the boy. However, the details of this account quickly began to raise doubts among investigators. There were no obvious signs at the scene indicating that Corey had fallen. On the contrary, a later medical examination revealed multiple injuries, including broken ribs and internal damage that could not be explained by a simple fall. For Brianna, this news was not just a tragedy but a confirmation of her worst fears. She immediately declared that this was not an accident but a result of Christopher's abuse. "I tried to save him. I screamed about it to everyone who could help, but no one listened to me," she would later tell reporters. Brianna insisted on a full investigation, and soon investigators had grounds to suspect that Corey's death might have been intentional. Forensic experts determined that Corey died from internal injuries that could have been caused by severe physical trauma. These injuries, according to experts, were inconsistent with a simple household accident. Moreover, old bruises and marks were found on the child's body, indicating systematic abuse. This became a pivotal moment in the investigation, directing suspicion towards Christopher. After his son's death, Christopher avoided communication with the police and journalists. He maintained his innocence, claiming he did everything possible to save the child. However, his silence and lack of cooperation with authorities only heightened suspicions. Corey's death not only shattered Brianna's life but also stirred the local community. Everyone began to question why no one had helped this boy despite the obvious signs of danger. Corey Michielo's death immediately drew the attention of law enforcement. Although Christopher Greger's initial account of an accident sounded like an attempt to justify himself, the results of the medical examination revealed a new picture of the tragedy. This marked the beginning of a complex and meticulous investigation that, a year later, led to the arrest of the boy's father. Forensic experts who examined Corey's body provided a detailed report that became key evidence in the case. It was established that the boy died from multiple internal injuries, ruptured organs, and broken ribs. A crucial detail in the report was that the nature of the injuries did not align with the account of a simple fall. Furthermore, old injuries were found on the child's body, indicating systematic physical abuse. Forensic experts emphasized that most of the injuries had been inflicted long before the day of his death, contradicting Christopher's account of an accident. The police, upon receiving the results of the examination, commenced the collection of evidence that could either confirm or refute the guilt of Christopher Greger. During the investigation, they reached out to Brianna Michielo, who elaborated on her concerns, her long-standing complaints, and the inaction of social services. Her words became the foundation for the charges. Brianna provided her diary, in which she documented all instances that caused her distress. She also submitted surveillance footage from the gym, where Christopher forced Corey to run on the treadmill. This footage became crucial evidence of his abusive behavior. As the investigation progressed, additional facts emerged. The police examined the history of social service visits and discovered that several complaints against Christopher had been registered in the year leading up to Corey's death. However, none had been adequately addressed. Furthermore, investigators found witnesses who confirmed that Christopher Greger frequently exhibited aggression towards his son. One neighbor recounted hearing loud screams from Christopher's home, while Corey himself appeared frightened and dejected. Nearly a year was spent gathering evidence, interviewing witnesses, and analyzing medical data. In March 2022, the police issued an arrest warrant for Christopher Greger. He was apprehended at his residence and taken to the station for questioning. Greger denied his guilt, insisting that he had never harmed his son and claiming that Corey's death was a tragic accident. However, the evidence collected, including examination results, witness testimonies, and Brianna's complaints, formed the basis for the charges. Christopher Greger faced multiple charges, including child abuse, infliction of bodily harm leading to death, and negligence in fulfilling parental duties. Since his arrest, he remained in custody, as the court deemed that his release on bail could pose a threat to society. The prosecution prepared a case to demonstrate that Corey's death was not an accident but rather the result of systematic violence. For Brianna Micciolo, Christopher's arrest marked a significant step towards justice, yet she still struggled to cope with the loss of her son. "I tried to protect him. I told everyone who would listen that Corey was in danger, but no one responded. This should not have happened," she stated in an interview. She hoped that Corey's case would serve as an example of the importance of listening to the voices of those trying to protect their children. Her fight for justice had only just begun, and she was determined to see it through to the end. The trial of Christopher Greger commenced in 2024, 3 years after Corey Micciolo's death. The entire nation followed the case, which became a symbol of injustice and the inaction of social services. For Corey's mother, Brianna Micciolo, it was an opportunity to seek justice for her son and draw attention to the systemic issues that led to the tragedy. The prosecution meticulously prepared for the trial, gathering extensive evidence of Christopher's guilt. Key elements of the case included: medical findings. Experts insisted that Corey's injuries could not have been sustained accidentally. Their nature indicated repeated physical abuse. Gym surveillance footage. The recordings showing Christopher forcing the boy to run on the treadmill reinforced claims of his cruel treatment of the child. Witness testimonies. Neighbors and acquaintances confirmed that Christopher exhibited aggressive and controlling behavior towards his son. Brianna's records. The diary in which Corey's mother documented all instances of abuse became vital evidence in court. Greger's defense attempted to challenge this material, arguing that the evidence was circumstantial. The defense attorney insisted that Corey's death was a tragic accident and that the prosecution was trying to paint a picture of an aggressive father based on biased opinions. During the hearings, prosecutors presented a series of witnesses whose testimonies bolstered the prosecution's case. One such witness was a gym employee who recounted how Christopher Greger forced Corey to train despite clear signs of exhaustion. The boy cried and begged to stop, but the father yelled at him. "It was cruel," the witness stated. Neighbor testimonies also proved significant. One neighbor reported hearing screams from Christopher's home, while another had seen Corey with bruises. The climax of the trial came with Brianna Micciolo's testimony. Her words shook the courtroom as she recounted her years of trying to save her son, reaching out to social services and the police, only to be met with indifference. "I warned that Corey was in danger. I did everything I could to protect him, but no one wanted to listen," she said. Brianna provided recordings of conversations with her son, where he shared his fears about visiting his father. These recordings served as an emotional reminder of what the boy had endured.
And I appear before you today not only as a grieving mother, but also an advocate for justice. On behalf of my son Corey, I stand here before you to plead for justice that Corey rightfully deserves and to press for the maximum sentence of Christopher Gregor, whose actions have inflicted irreparable harm in our lives. For you to fully understand the gravity of the situation, I will flash back to the July of 2013. At 16, I first met the defendant, who was 21 at the time. He proceeded to feed me drugs, alcohol, and took complete advantage of me, which led to the conception of Corey. From day one of my pregnancy, I knew I would keep Corey, regardless of the way he was conceived. There were countless reasons Christopher deserves the maximum sentence. He rejected what I considered a generous plea deal, which shows how selfish and ignorant he is as a person. I beg you to not allow this injustice to continue, and he must face the full consequences of his actions. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Your Honor.
Gregor's defense sought to portray him as a strict but loving father, arguing that his parenting methods might have been harsh, but that did not make him guilty of his son's death. The defense contended that the injuries could have resulted from an accident, and old bruises were merely the consequences of childhood play. The attorney attempted to convince the jurors that the prosecution was building its case on emotions rather than facts. However, questions from the prosecutor directed at Christopher during his testimony led to his confusion. When asked to explain the nature of the injuries found on Corey, Gregor could not provide a clear answer. The trial lasted several weeks, during which the jurors heard all the evidence, witness testimonies, and arguments from both sides. After 3 days of deliberation, they rendered a verdict. Christopher Gregor was found guilty of child abuse and infliction of bodily harm leading to death. The courtroom erupted in applause at the verdict, and Brianna could not hold back her tears. This was a long-awaited moment of justice for Corey, but also a reminder that her son's life could never be restored. In August 2024, Christopher Gregor appeared before the judge for sentencing. This day marked the culmination of a long and painful journey towards justice. For Corey's family and the public following the trial, it was a moment that should have brought closure to the case. Addressing the defendant, the judge emphasized, "You not only let down your son but also abused your position, turning paternal love into a source of pain and fear." Christopher Gregor was sentenced to 25 years in prison without the possibility of parole for the first 20 years. The sentence was based on charges of child abuse and intentional infliction of injuries leading to death. Brianna Micciolo was present in the courtroom. When the judge announced the sentence, she broke down in tears. "This won't bring my son back, but at least Christopher can no longer harm anyone," she later told reporters. The court's decision sparked widespread public resonance. Many viewed this case not only as a tragedy for one family but also as a symbol of deeper issues within the child protection system. Discussions erupted on social media about how to prevent similar cases in the future. Thousands expressed support for Brianna, commending her courage in the fight for justice. However, many also questioned why the system allowed a child to find himself in a situation that led to his demise. After the conclusion of the court proceedings, Brianna Micciolo resolved to dedicate her life to advocating for reforms in the child protection system. She initiated a campaign aimed at drawing attention to the shortcomings of social services and the necessity for a re-evaluation of custody laws. "I cannot bring Corey back, but I can do everything in my power to ensure that no other child endures what my son experienced," she stated at one of the events. Brianna began collaborating with attorneys, activists, and legislators to push for stricter regulations concerning families at risk of violence. Her efforts helped to spotlight the issue and laid the groundwork for the initial steps toward change. Despite her courtroom victory, Brianna's life was irrevocably altered. The loss of her son left an indelible mark on her soul. She often shared memories of Corey. "He was the kindest and brightest child. I now live solely to ensure that his death was not in vain." Brianna organized several events in memory of Corey, including an annual day of awareness for domestic violence. These gatherings not only preserved the memory of the boy but also served as a platform to raise awareness about the issue. Following Corey's case, New Jersey began to reassess the policies governing social services. Training programs were launched for staff to help identify instances of violence. Additionally, new laws aimed at enhancing child protection, particularly in custody disputes, were discussed. However, despite these changes, Brianna continued to assert that much work remained to be done. "The system is broken. We must fix it, or it will happen again," she declared. 3 years have passed since the tragic death of Corey Micciolo. During this time, his story has become a symbol of compassion and the fight for justice. This case not only transformed the lives of his family but also brought to light systemic issues faced by hundreds of children and their parents. After the court proceedings, Brianna Micciolo dedicated her life to her son's memory. In 2024, immediately following the sentencing of Christopher Greger, she established a charitable foundation aimed at preventing domestic violence. The Corey Micciolo Foundation provides support to children who have experienced abuse, assists their families in obtaining legal aid, and engages in educational activities. Every year on April 2nd, the day of Corey's remembrance, the foundation organizes gatherings that bring together activists, social workers, local officials, and residents of New Jersey. These events not only help to keep the memory of the boy alive but also serve as a reminder that child protection systems still require reform. "My son was so kind and loving. I want his name to become a symbol of change. I want children in danger to know that they will be heard," Brianna says. Corey's case stirred public sentiment and became a catalyst for changes in the child protection system. In New Jersey, the development of reforms began, including stricter oversight of families where reports of violence are made. Training programs for social workers aimed at early detection of threats to children were implemented. At the legislative level, discussions commenced regarding amendments that would strengthen the role of parents expressing concern for their children's safety. However, despite these steps, activists and lawyers emphasize that the journey toward establishing a reliable child protection system has only just begun. The Corey case illustrates how crucial it is not to ignore even the slightest warning signs. "Every missed case could cost a child their life," noted a representative from New Jersey's social services. For Brianna Micciolo, the loss of her son remains an unhealed wound. Each day, she recalls his smile, his love for play, and his dreams. But rather than retreating into her grief, Brianna chose to fight so that no one else would endure what she has experienced. Her speeches at conferences, interviews, and work with legislators have become an integral part of her life. "I cannot bring Corey back, but I can ensure that his story saves other children. That is the only thing that helps me move forward," she said in an interview. The name Corey Micciolo has become a symbol of compassion and the fight for children's rights. His story is studied in law schools, discussed in professional circles of social services, and utilized by activists to draw attention to issues of domestic violence. Every change prompted by this tragedy serves as a reminder that even the briefest life can alter the world. Corey was a little boy with a big heart. His life was cut short too soon, but his legacy helps other children. "That is all I can dream of now," Brianna says. The case of Corey Micciolo has highlighted the importance of listening to the voices of those who protect their children. This tragic story has become not only a reminder of the fragility of childhood but also a call to action. Corey's memory lives on in the hearts of his mother, friends, and those who strive to ensure that such a tragedy never occurs again.
The disappearance of 14-year-old Georgina Kruger in September 2006 shook the quiet Berlin district of Mobit. This case, which remained unsolved for over a decade, demonstrated how a carefully planned police investigation can expose even the most cautious criminal. Georgina lived with her mother, younger sister Michelle, and grandmother after her parents divorced several years ago. Her older brother Tommy, who was 22 at the time, lived separately. The girl was tall, slender, with a bright appearance. She loved wearing fashionable clothes, used makeup, and looked older than her age. She dreamed of a career as a model or actress, so she seriously engaged in dance, singing, and acting. At her new school, Georgina faced the standard problems after moving. Her appearance caused a real stir among the boys, which her female classmates strongly disliked. The girls kept their distance, openly envying the attention she received from the opposite sex. On September 22, 2006, an opportunity arose for Georgina to get closer to her dream. She successfully passed an audition for a small role in the TV series, Turkish for Beginners. The producers were supposed to call her on Monday, September 25, with the final decision regarding her participation in the filming. The girl spent the entire weekend in joyful anticipation. On Monday, Georgina was at school for classes as usual. After classes, around 2 p.m., she boarded bus number 27 to go home. She had to ride a few stops and then walk about a kilometer. According to eyewitnesses, the girl was last seen getting off the bus. At home, her grandmother and younger sister were waiting for her. They had prepared lunch and planned to spend the day together. When Georgina did not arrive on time, her grandmother tried to call her cell phone, but all calls were redirected to voicemail. The worried woman contacted the school, where they confirmed that the girl was in class and left after it ended. When Georgina's mother returned from work and learned about her daughter's disappearance, she immediately sensed something was wrong. Such behavior was completely uncharacteristic for the girl. She was always punctual and kept her commitments. It seemed especially suspicious that her phone was turned off on the very day she was expecting an important call from the studio. The police began the investigation by checking the most obvious versions. Could the girl have run away from home due to a conflict? But all her things remained in place. She had no money for an escape. Perhaps there was some fight with friends or classmates. However, questioning revealed no serious conflicts. With the help of footage from surveillance cameras, it was established that Georgina had indeed exited the bus at her stop. Unfortunately, tracking her further route was impossible due to the lack of cameras on the way to her house. Analysis of mobile communication data showed that at 2:06 p.m., the girl's phone was located 200 meters from her house, after which it suddenly turned off. A large-scale search operation began. The police thoroughly searched all the basements and attics in the area, involved dog handlers with service dogs. They questioned all the local residents who could have seen the schoolgirl or noticed something suspicious. They checked several dozen previously convicted persons who lived in the area, especially those who had a propensity for crimes of a sexual nature. But all the suspects had a reliable alibi. Leaflets and posters with a photo and description of the missing girl appeared on the streets. The family actively helped in the search, but it was all in vain. The only thing that could be established for sure was that the girl disappeared just 200 meters from her home. This event shook the entire district. Local residents were frightened and afraid to let their children out of sight. It was especially hard for Georgina's younger sister Michelle. Her carefree childhood ended on the day her sister disappeared. Her mother and grandmother no longer allowed her to walk alone. They personally accompanied her to and from school. Years passed, but the investigation did not progress. 3 years after the disappearance, another search operation was carried out using dogs trained to search for human remains. By that time, few people, except for relatives, hoped to find Georgina alive. Only the mother continued to believe that her daughter had simply run away and would someday return home. The breakthrough in the investigation came with the events of 2016, 10 years after the girl's disappearance. During a re-questioning of local residents, several neighbors spoke about a suspicious man who lived nearby. It was 30-year-old unemployed Ali K., who often watched teenagers and tried to communicate with schoolgirls while standing near his apartment building. At first glance, Ali seemed like an ordinary family man. He was married, had 3 children, and tried to create the image of an exemplary father. He was born in Berlin into a Turkish family. After school, he worked as a janitor and an assistant at a construction site. In 2002, he obtained German citizenship. At the time of Georgina's disappearance, he was unemployed, making ends meet with odd jobs and social assistance. He had numerous debts due to his passion for gambling. The investigators' attention was particularly drawn to an incident in 2011. Back then, Ali lured a 17-year-old neighbor into the basement by offering to sell her a cell phone at a low price. In the basement, he confessed his feelings to her and tried to kiss her, and when the girl began to resist, he hit her on the head and raped her. For this crime, in 2012, he received only a year and a half of probation. At the trial, Ali claimed that the girl herself had offered him intimate relations instead of payment for the phone, and his family fully supported dispersion. The investigators decided to develop a complex operation to infiltrate agents into the suspect's environment. The first agent, under the pseudonym Hakan, was supposed to pose as a successful businessman who had moved to Berlin and was going to open a car wash. He managed to meet Ali in a cafe where he usually spent time and offered him a job as a manager at the future car wash. Gradually, Hakan and Ali became inseparable friends, traveling together on business trips, which made it possible to establish a trusting relationship. The second agent was a woman under the pseudonym Susie, who was supposed to get close to Ali's family, especially his wife Malek. The couples began spending time together. Ali's family even trusted the agents to look after their children, which allowed them to calmly inspect his property, but no direct evidence was found. Then it was decided to introduce a third agent under the pseudonym Kara, who was supposedly Hakan's cousin with a criminal past. Ali quickly found a common language with Kara and began to show his true colors. They visited brothels together, where Ali regularly cheated on his wife, and Kara paid for all the entertainment, explaining it by the presence of illegal income. In 2018, the investigators decided to use an unexpected twist, an anonymous call to the police from a person who allegedly knew where Georgina's body was located. Although nothing was found at the specified coordinates, this incident was used to put pressure on the suspect. Kara offered Ali 150,000 euros for killing a girl who was supposedly blackmailing him. Tempted by the large sum, which could solve all his financial problems, Ali agreed and began actively planning the crime. During one of the car trips, a candid conversation took place between Kara and Ali, which was recorded. To prove his ability to kill, Ali unexpectedly told the story about Georgina Kruger. He confessed that he watched her every day when the girl was returning from school and was fascinated by her beauty. On September 25, 2006, he asked her to help carry things to the basement, offering to pay her. When the trusting girl found herself in the basement, Ali hit her on the head. Georgina did not lose consciousness and began to scream. Realizing that the situation was getting out of control, he hit her several more times. Fearing that if she survived and escaped, he would face imprisonment, Ali strangled his victim with his hands. In his confession, he even mentioned how much his fingers hurt from the strain during the strangulation, a detail that, according to experts, could only be known by the real killer. According to Ali, Georgina's body remained in the basement for 3 days. All this time, the police and volunteers were searching for the girl all over the area, even searching basements, but for some reason, they did not reach his hiding place. When the search subsided a little, he wrapped the body in garbage bags, then in an old carpet, and threw it into a dumpster. The remains were taken to a waste processing plant, where everything was burned, so they were completely destroyed. In December 2018, 12 years after the girl's disappearance, Ali K. was arrested. During a search of his home, nothing was found that could directly link him to the crime. During interrogations, he remained silent and refused to give any testimony. It turned out that he had already been interrogated in 2006 as a neighbor, but at that time he denied that he even knew the missing girl and did not arouse suspicion since he had no criminal record yet. The prosecution was based mainly on the confession obtained by the agents and circumstantial evidence. Geolocation of the mobile phone confirmed that on the day of the disappearance, Ali's phone was near Georgina's phone several times, at 1:14 p.m., 2:25 p.m., 2:32 p.m., and 3:13 p.m. Several witnesses spoke about his inappropriate behavior towards underage girls. On July 31, 2019, a trial began that attracted huge public attention. The court was presented with recordings of telephone conversations between Ali's wife, Malek, which were tapped during the investigation. In conversations with a friend, she expressed serious concern about her husband's behavior, stated that she was afraid for her children, and asked her older son to look after his sisters and not leave them alone with their father. On March 12, 2020, after a lengthy trial, Ali K. was sentenced to life imprisonment. After the verdict was announced, he continued to insist on his innocence and demanded a review of the case. According to his version, the story about Georgina's murder was completely fabricated to gain Kara's trust and prove that he was a suitable candidate for the role of a hired killer. However, the court found his explanations unconvincing, especially considering the precise details of the crime that he described in his confession. All the years after Georgina's disappearance, her family kept the girl's room untouched. Every year on her birthday and Christmas, they bought her gifts, which they left unopened, hoping for her return. The news that their little girl had been brutally murdered practically near her own home was a terrible blow to them. It was especially hard to realize that the killer had lived nearby all this time and continued his usual life. After the verdict was announced, Georgina's mother expressed outrage that a dangerous criminal who had previously attacked minors remained at large for so long and had the opportunity to commit a new crime. If law enforcement agencies had taken previous incidents involving Ali K. more seriously, perhaps the tragedy could have been prevented. The Georgina Kruger case became one of the most high-profile criminal stories in Germany at the beginning of the 21st century. It demonstrated both the strengths and weaknesses of the German law enforcement system. On the one hand, to solve the crime, a brilliant operation was carried out to introduce undercover agents, which lasted almost 2 years. The detectives showed incredible persistence and professionalism, not stopping the search for the truth even a decade after the girl's disappearance. On the other hand, the case revealed serious shortcomings in the system of control over persons prone to sexual crimes. Ali K. repeatedly demonstrated dangerous behavior towards underage girls but received only suspended sentences. Even after a brutal attack on a 17-year-old girl, he remained at large, which allowed him to continue to pose a threat to those around him. The professional work of the undercover agents played a special role in solving the crime. They were able to create such convincing legends and so skillfully gain the trust of the suspect that he eventually revealed his darkest secret. It is noteworthy that the confession was obtained not under pressure or threats, but in a casual conversation when Ali himself decided to brag about his experience to a person whom he considered an accomplice. An important aspect of the case was the use of modern technologies to gather evidence. Geolocation of mobile phones made it possible to establish that on the day of Georgina's disappearance, the phones of the victim and the killer were near each other at a critical moment. Recordings of the suspects and his wife's telephone conversations provided important information about the nature of their relationship and Malek's fears about her husband's behavior. This story also showed how important it is not to stop the investigation even in cases where it seems that all possibilities have been exhausted. For 10 years, the case seemed hopeless. There was no body of the victim, no direct evidence of the crime, no reliable witnesses. However, thanks to the persistence of the investigators and the use of non-standard methods of investigation, the killer was still exposed and brought to justice. The tragic fate of Georgina Kruger forced German society to reconsider its attitude towards the safety of children in an urban environment. After this case, many schools strengthened security measures and introduced special training programs for children on the roles of personal safety. Parents began to pay more attention to how their children move around the city, with whom they communicate, what strangers live in the neighborhood. This lesson was especially painful for the Kruger family. Georgina's younger sister, Michelle, lost not only her sister but also her carefree childhood. Constant fear and overprotection from her mother and grandmother affected her development and personality formation. The older brother Tommy, who lived separately, blamed himself for a long time for not being around and not being able to protect his sister. After the trial, Georgina's mother admitted to journalists that the most terrible thing for her was the realization that the killer had lived so close all this time and that she could have met him on the street every day without even suspecting that he was responsible for her daughter's death. She said that for years she had tried to convince herself that Georgina was alive and had simply run away, perhaps to India, which she often dreamed about to become an actress. Reality turned out to be much crueler. The case also had a significant impact on the German legal system. After it gained publicity, a review of legislation on the punishment of sexual crimes against minors was initiated. Many experts and public figures emphasized the need for stricter control over persons who have convictions for such offenses and the inadmissibility of assigning suspended sentences in such cases. Ali K's family, despite all the evidence, continues to insist on his innocence. His wife Malek, who during the investigation expressed serious concerns about her husband's behavior, suddenly changed her position after the trial and began to claim that it was all a provocation by the police. Ali's 3 children found themselves in a difficult situation. Their father was recognized as a brutal killer, but they continued to believe in his innocence. The investigators who worked on the case later admitted that the operation to infiltrate agents was one of the most difficult in their practice. They had to create such believable legends that they could withstand thorough scrutiny from not only Ali himself but also his relatives and acquaintances. It was especially difficult for the agent Susie, who had to maintain close friendly relations with the suspect's wife for many months. The success of the operation largely depended on the correctly chosen bait, the offer of a high-paying job at a non-existent car wash. Knowing about Ali's financial problems and his passion for the beautiful life, the investigators correctly calculated that he would not be able to resist such an opportunity. This made it possible to establish a trusting relationship with him and gradually lead him to a situation where he himself wanted to boast about his criminal experience. Psychologists who analyzed Ali K's behavior noted the characteristic features of a serial predator. He carefully selected victims, watched them for a long time, used children's trust in adults and his status as a neighbor. His previous attack on a 17-year-old girl demonstrated a similar handwriting, luring into the basement under a plausible pretext. Experts believe that if he had not been stopped, he could have committed new crimes. The Georgina Kruger case became an important lesson for law enforcement agencies and society as a whole. It showed that even the most carefully hidden crimes can be solved thanks to the professionalism of investigators and the use of modern methods of investigation. At the same time, it reminded us of the need for a more attentive attitude to the safety of children and adolescents, especially in an urban environment. The memory of Georgina Kruger lives on not only in the hearts of her loved ones but also in the minds of many people. Her story became a symbol of how important it is not to lose hope for the establishment of truth and the punishment of criminals, even if it takes years of painstaking work. At the same time, it remains a painful reminder of the price that can be paid for a frivolous attitude to the first signs of dangerous behavior of potential criminals. At the place where Georgina was last seen, local residents created an improvised memorial. People bring flowers, candles, and toys to honor the memory of the girl whose life was cut short so early and tragically. Every year on the day of her disappearance, not only relatives and friends gather here but also complete strangers who were deeply affected by this story. For the investigators who worked on solving this crime, the Georgina case became one of the most memorable in their careers. They not only achieved the conviction of the killer but also helped change the system of dealing with such crimes. Now the police take reports of suspicious behavior towards minors much more seriously, and a method of introducing undercover agents, practiced during this operation, is used to solve other complex cases. The story of Georgina Kruger will forever remain in the annals of German criminology as an example that justice can triumph even many years after a crime. At the same time, it serves as a constant reminder of the need to protect the most vulnerable members of society and not leave any signals about a possible threat to their safety unattended. The Georgina Kruger case also raised an important question about the role of the media in investigating such crimes. Throughout all the years after the girl's disappearance, journalists regularly returned to this topic, maintaining public interest and helping the investigation obtain new information from witnesses. At the same time, excessive press attention sometimes complicated the work of the police, especially during the secret operation to introduce agents. The disclosure of this crime became possible thanks to a combination of classical methods of police work with the latest technologies and non-standard approaches to investigation. International cooperation also played an important role. German investigators consulted with colleagues from other countries where similar, cold cases had been successfully solved. Today, the story of Georgina Kruger is studied in police academies as an example of how important it is not to stop the investigation even in the most difficult cases. Her case changed not only the methods of work of law enforcement agencies but also society's attitude to the problem of the safety of children and adolescents. Thanks to this tragic case, many potential victims were saved because now both the police and citizens pay much more attention to the first signs of dangerous behavior. Every year on Georgina's birthday, her family organizes charity events to support organizations that search for missing children and help victims of violence. Thus, the memory of the girl who dreamed of becoming an actress continues to live on in good deeds that help other children avoid her tragic fate. Georgina Kruger's death became not just another criminal case, it forced German society to rethink its values and priorities. Thanks to this case, legislation on the protection of children was strengthened, new educational safety programs for school children were introduced, and additional mechanisms for monitoring persons who pose a potential threat to minors were created. Georgina's room in her mother's house still remains untouched, as a symbol of unquenchable hope and love, as a reminder that justice, although not always quick, inevitably comes. Her story continues to live in the hearts of people, reminding us of how important it is to protect our children and never give up in the search for truth, no matter how bitter it may be. The tragic story of Georgina Kruger inevitably makes us think about many things. First and foremost, about our children's safety in today's world. Despite all the technical means of control, improvements in law enforcement, and better education, children continue to disappear. They are kidnapped, raped, and murdered by perverts whom we often surround with an aura of respectability. What can we do? How can we protect ourselves? There are no universal solutions. However, some rules are worth learning. For example, never letting children go to unfamiliar places with strangers. Teaching them not to trust overly friendly adults. Not being afraid to call for help if someone makes them do something uncomfortable. Always telling parents where they're going and with whom. And of course, one of the main rules is being vigilant and attentive parents. Taking interest in our children's lives, their friends, and their problems. Not being too lazy to walk them to school one extra time or pick them up from activities. Keeping track of children's movements using gadgets. Maybe it limits a child's personal freedom, but safety is worth it. Unfortunately, even all these measures don't guarantee 100% protection. Because evil is ingenious and insidious. It hides behind the mask of goodness and pretends to be familiar. Until it catches its victim in its clutches. This is where people around us play a significant role. If Ali K's neighbors hadn't stayed silent about his suspicious behavior back in 2006 and had immediately reported it to the police, perhaps Georgina would be alive. So we shouldn't be afraid to stick our nose in other people's business when it comes to children's safety. It's better to be overcautious than to later blame ourselves for staying silent. And so ends this horrifying, sad, and cautionary tale about young Georgina Kruger's death at the hands of a devious serial killer. This tragedy shook all of Germany and made millions of people wonder, are they doing enough to protect their children? Are they too naive and trusting of strangers? Are they ready to protect what's most precious to them? Of course, everyone draws their own conclusions. And there's no universal manual that can guarantee children's protection from evil. Sometimes terrible things happen even with maximum caution and care. Life, no matter how you look at it, is unpredictable. However, Georgina's story itself is a painful reminder that we live in a cruel world. A world where a predator in human form might be lurking near your home. Or living next door and greeting you every morning. Therefore, we adults are simply destined to remain vigilant. For the sake of our children's peace and future. Has German society learned any important lessons from this tragedy? We want to believe so. At least after the high-profile trial of Ali K, the German government strengthened penalties for sexual crimes against minors. And that's good. Because even the threat of a life sentence doesn't always stop perverts. But the inevitability of punishment will stop many. Law enforcement and civic organizations have also intensified their public awareness campaign. After all, the more people know how to recognize a pedophile or kidnapper, the harder it will be for them to hunt children. Because under the watchful eye of the community, a criminal will inevitably reveal themselves. So let's not be indifferent. Let's not live by the principle, not my problem, literally, my house is on the edge. Because that's how you might lose your own children. And no one would wish that upon anyone. So let's learn from others' mistakes. Let's pay attention to warning signs. Let's watch those who raise even the slightest suspicion. And most importantly, let's communicate more with our children. Because then we definitely won't miss trouble coming. If each of us changes our attitude even slightly after Georgina Kruger's tragedy, may she rest in peace. And may we all have peaceful skies and a safe future for our children.
The night of June 13, 2021 in Santiago, the capital of Chile, was unusually quiet. The city streets, typically lively even at late hours, seemed empty. Only occasional cars disturbed the peace, their headlights momentarily illuminating dark alleys before disappearing around corners. There was tension in the air. The recent murder of a young girl had shaken the city, and the police were actively searching for the perpetrator. Among those awake that night was 25-year-old Valeria Vivanco, an assistant inspector at the Metropolitan Homicide Investigation Bureau. She was preparing for her next shift, unaware that this night would become horrific for her. Valeria Vivanco was born on May 29, 1996, in Chile. She was the third child in the family of Miguel and Jacqueline Vivanco, where older children Daniela and Michelangelo were already growing up. The family lived modestly but decently. Her father worked for a transport company, providing the main income, while her mother took care of the household and raised the children. From early childhood, Valeria stood out among her peers. She grew up as a brave girl, always ready to help others. These character traits, which would later become defining in her professional life, manifested in everyday situations, whether it was protecting the weak at school or helping neighbors. In 2014, the Vivanco family went through a difficult period. Valeria's parents divorced. Despite the breakdown of the marriage, both parents maintained warm relationships with their children. They developed especially close relationships with their youngest daughter. Valeria became a kind of bridge between the separated parts of the family, maintaining connections between all its members. It was during this period that Valeria's desire to dedicate her life to serving the law and helping people finally took shape. Her determination and natural inclination towards justice became the foundation for choosing her future profession. After graduating from high school, Valeria Vivanco took a decisive step towards realizing her dream. She entered the Chilean Investigative Academy. This decision was a natural continuation of her pursuit of justice and desire to protect people. Studying at the academy proved to be a challenging test. Valeria faced strict discipline, intense physical training, and complex theoretical courses. However, her determination and natural abilities helped her not only to withstand this pressure but also to stand out among her classmates. Teachers quickly noticed the potential of the young student. Her analytical skills, attention to detail, and ability to work in a team made her one of the most promising cadets. Valeria showed a particular interest in criminology and forensic science, often staying after classes for additional research. In 2016, Valeria successfully graduated from the academy with honors. Her achievements did not go unnoticed, and soon she received an offer to join the prestigious Metropolitan Homicide Investigation Bureau. In 2017, with excellent theoretical training behind her, Valeria Vivanco began her professional career at the Metropolitan Homicide Investigation Bureau. The first months of work became a real test for her, as reality turned out to be much more complex than training cases. Despite initial difficulties, Valeria quickly adapted to the new environment. Her colleagues noted her tireless work ethic and willingness to take on the most challenging cases. She never refused night shifts or working on weekends, understanding that crime doesn't have a schedule. The first successes didn't take long to come. Valeria participated in solving several complex cases, demonstrating an extraordinary approach to analyzing evidence and working with witnesses. Her ability to establish trusting relationships with victims and their families became an important asset for the Bureau. The department leadership quickly noticed the potential of the young detective. Valeria began to be involved in more responsible tasks, entrusting her with key aspects of investigations. Her dedication to work and professionalism earned respect not only from colleagues but also from representatives of other law enforcement agencies. With each passing year, Valeria Vivenko's professional reputation grew stronger. Her dedication to work and impressive results did not go unnoticed. In 2020, she received her first significant award for successfully preventing a jewelry store robbery on July 21st. This operation became exemplary. Valeria not only prevented the crime but also managed to neutralize two dangerous criminals without casualties among the civilian population. Soon after, Valeria was sent on a diplomatic mission to Madrid. There, she demonstrated her skills in international cooperation, supporting the logistics of an important vote that became the basis for constitutional operations in Chile. This mission significantly expanded her professional experience and strengthened her position in law enforcement. By 2021, Valeria had already reached the rank of assistant inspector. This appointment was a recognition of her professional growth and abilities. At 25, she became one of the youngest employees to reach such a level in the Metropolitan Homicide Investigation Bureau. The night of June 13, 2021 began for Valeria Vivenko as a regular shift. At 4 o'clock in the morning, a special operation was conducted in the city of Santo Tomás de la Pintana to check all incoming and outgoing transport. The reason for these measures was the recent murder of a 20-year-old girl nearby. Valeria was part of a group that also included Deputy Commissioner Felipe Gallardo Araya, Assistant Inspector Maria Ura, and Detective Leonel Alejandro Contreras Canales. Their task was to identify and detain a suspect who, according to information, could be traveling in a Kia vehicle. When the suspicious car came into view, Felipe Araya skillfully blocked its path with a patrol car. Valeria and Leonel got out of the car with their weapons ready to use. Suddenly, a shot rang out and Valeria fell to the ground, having received a gunshot wound. Everything happened in front of many witnesses. Colleagues immediately rushed to help Valeria, providing first aid. She was urgently taken to Padre Hurtado Hospital, where doctors fought for her life. Despite all the efforts of the medical staff, Valeria died 2 hours later. This tragedy became a shock not only for Valeria's family and colleagues but for the entire Chilean society. The death of a young, promising police officer in the line of duty caused a wave of indignation and demands for justice. The news of Valeria Vivenko's death quickly spread throughout Chile, causing shock and outrage in society. The media immediately picked up this story, interrupting regular broadcasts for emergency reports. The street where the tragedy occurred quickly filled with journalists, police officers, and concerned citizens. The National Chief of Police for Combating Theft and Crime Hotspots, Jorge Sanchez, made an official statement on television. He reported that Vivenko was shot by criminals trying to escape from the crime scene. Sanchez also announced the successful detention of two suspects, 19-year-old Miguel Calabrano and his 17-year-old accomplice, whose name was not disclosed due to being a minor. Chilean President Sebastián Piñera also made a statement, expressing deep sorrow over the death of the young police officer. He called Valeria a brave girl who was doing her duty and promised that the authorities would do everything possible to establish justice. The public reacted with mass demonstrations and demands to enhance the safety of police officers. Social networks were flooded with messages of condolence and calls for severe punishment of the guilty. The farewell ceremony for Valeria Vivanco took place in the department where she worked. The event gathered hundreds of people, relatives, colleagues, friends, and ordinary citizens who came to pay their respects to the deceased. The farewell ceremony was held with all the honors due to a police officer who died in the line of duty. Valeria's colleagues, including Leonel Canales, carried her coffin from the office to the hearse and then to the cemetery. The procession moved through the city streets, where people applauded, paying their last respects to the heroine. High-ranking officials were present at the ceremony: Interior Minister Rodrigo Delgado, his deputy Juan Francisco Gali, head of the Homicide Investigation Department Hector Espinoza, and the country's president. A 3-day mourning period was declared in the department where Vivanco worked and in the academy where she studied. Hector Espinoza presented Valeria's parents with the Chilean flag, which they later hung at home next to a photograph of their deceased daughter. Speeches by colleagues and leadership emphasized Valeria's professionalism and dedication to her work. This farewell became not only a personal tragedy for the Vivanco family but also a symbol of national loss, which further emphasized the importance of investigating the circumstances of her death. Immediately after the tragedy, the official version of events was clear: Valeria Vivanco was shot by criminals during an escape attempt. The authorities quickly announced the detention of two suspects: 19-year-old Miguel Alejandro Calabrano and his 17-year-old accomplice, whose name was not disclosed due to being a minor. In June 2021, the first court hearing in the case took place. During it, Valeria's colleagues reported that on the night of the tragedy, they were conducting a covert operation, which is why Vivanco was not wearing a bulletproof vest and was traveling in a car without police logos. According to the prosecution's version, the suspects, trying to escape, intentionally opened fire on Vivanco. The court ordered both suspects to be taken into custody for 6 months, the estimated time for conducting the investigation. For the police at that moment, everything seemed obvious: the suspects were detained, the case could be considered almost closed. However, this version of events soon began to raise doubts. Relatives of the detainees stated that their children only confessed to accidentally hitting Vivanco with a car but did not shoot her. The mother of one of the suspects even filed a statement with the prosecutor's office, asserting her son's innocence and demanding the establishment of the truth. Despite the official version of events, Valeria Vivanco's family began to feel that something was wrong. Their suspicions intensified when they learned about some inconsistencies in the investigation. Valeria's sister, Daniela, in one of the interviews, stated that she had audio recordings from her sister's phone, which recorded that fatal operation. According to her, the recordings clearly heard Valeria's conversation only with Leonel Canales, which did not correspond to the official version of events. The Vivanco family, no longer trusting the official investigation, decided to conduct their own investigation. Valeria's older brother, Michelangelo, and sister Daniela began carefully studying the case materials, looking for new evidence. They even visited the city of Santo Tomas, where the tragedy occurred, trying to find surveillance cameras that could have recorded the real events of that night. The family's lawyer, Alfredo Morgado, drew attention to contradictions in witness testimonies and the strange behavior of some participants in the reconstruction of events. He emphasized that all detectives claimed they did not use weapons that night, although department head Sergio Munoz said the opposite. These discrepancies and inconsistencies only strengthened the determination of the Vivanco family to get to the truth, despite the official position of the authorities. In August 2021, the case took an unexpected turn. 3 investigators who participated in the investigation were suddenly fired due to possible involvement in the death of their colleague. On August 2nd, Valeria's parents were invited to the district prosecutor's office, where Inspector Juan Carlos Carrasco, on behalf of the police, offered them deep apologies. It turned out that their daughter died from a bullet from the gun of one of her colleagues. This news caused shock and outrage not only in the Vivanco family but in the entire society. Especially shocked was Juan Guillermo Vivanco, Miguel's son from his second marriage, who studied at the same academy as Valeria, inspired by her achievements. Suddenly it turned out that the department where he dreamed of working was involved in his sister's death. On August 4th, representatives of the Southern Prosecutor's Office released the results of an examination conducted by the Homicide Investigation Unit itself. It turned out that the bullet that killed Valeria Vivanco had a 9mm caliber, which is used in service weapons. This meant that the 3 detectives who accompanied Valeria that night could be involved in her death. During the investigation conducted by the prosecutor's office, serious violations and attempts to conceal evidence were revealed. It turned out that approximately 2 to 3 hours after Valeria's death, the police confirmed the detention of suspects. However, according to the prosecutor's office, both criminals surrendered themselves the next day, and only then was their detention officially registered. On July 29, 2021, the prosecutor received a report from the forensic laboratory, which had been kept in the Investigation Bureau for more than a month. It indicated the gun and bullet that killed Valeria Vivanco. The weapon belonged to her colleagues on the operation. It turned out that on June 17th, Bureau experts conducted a ballistic check of the 3 detectives who were with Valeria at the moment of the tragedy and the 2 detained teenagers. Chief expert Jose Garrotti indicated in the report that traces of gunpowder were found on Leonel Canales' hands. This information reached the leadership of the unit but somehow was not used in the investigation. In addition, the forensic service report contained incorrect data regarding the trajectory of the fatal bullet. According to the document, the bullet entered the girl's abdomen from the front, but the ballistic study conducted by the Investigation Bureau showed that the fatal shot was made to the back. Experts also found a bullet with particles of Vivanco's blood at the scene of the tragedy. These facts caused outrage from the prosecutor's office and raised questions about possible corruption and attempts to conceal the truth in police ranks. Leonel Alejandro Contreras Canales, a 21-year-old police officer who worked with Valeria Vivanco, unexpectedly found himself at the center of the investigation. Before the tragedy, he was considered a promising young employee who had joined the unit only a few months ago. Suspicions about Canales intensified after the examination revealed traces of gunpowder on his hands. Moreover, his position at the moment of the shot, according to eyewitness testimonies, coincided with the trajectory of the bullet that hit Valeria. In November 2021, Leonel Canales was arrested on a prosecutor's warrant and taken to a pretrial detention center. At the first control hearing, the prosecutor's office officially charged him with manslaughter and demanded pretrial detention. Canales denied his guilt. He claimed that the traces of gunpowder on his hands appeared when he tried to stop the bleeding, providing first aid to Valeria. He also insisted that after the operation, he returned his service pistol with the same number of cartridges as before it. The trial of Leonel Canales began in March 2023. The prosecutor's office was confident in his guilt and intended to seek imprisonment for at least 15 years. The Vivanco family supported this position. The prosecution presented various reports and examinations which, in their opinion, confirmed that it was Canales who fired the fatal shot. They emphasized the lack of rational motives for using a weapon in that situation. Canales' defense, led by lawyer Eva Guerrero, based their strategy on the claim that their client did not see who shot Valeria and even thought he was wounded himself. They insisted that Canales could not have fired the shot due to his position and the trajectory of the bullet that hit Valeria. Additionally, the defense put forward a version about the possible involvement of Felipe Araya, the driver of the patrol car, in the shooting. They claimed that Araya could have accidentally fired his pistol without leaving the driver's seat. The court carefully studied the arguments of both sides, as well as additional evidence presented by the Vivanco family as a result of their private investigation. In May 2023, violating the ban on communication with the press, Leonel Canales invited journalists to the pretrial detention center. This interview came as a surprise to all parties in the process. During the conversation, Canales publicly declared his innocence. He claimed that Valeria was killed by Felipe Araya with a shot to the back, which allowed the real criminals to escape. According to Canales, the subsequent investigation was conducted with numerous errors, which led to his unjust accusation. This interview caused mixed reactions. The prosecutor's office regarded it as an attempt to create additional hype around the case. The Vivanco family was outraged that Canales was allowed to speak publicly. The court reprimanded Canales for violating the ban on communication with journalists. Canales' statement about Felipe Araya's possible involvement in Valeria's death forced the investigation to once again check all versions of events. Canales' lawyers presented additional evidence in favor of this theory. They claimed that Araya, known among colleagues by the nickname Crazy Shooter due to his tendency to use weapons unreasonably, could have accidentally fired while behind the wheel of the patrol car. In their opinion, the identical nature of Canales and Araya's pistols could have led to confusion during the investigation. The defense also drew attention to the fact that Araya thoroughly washed his hands before the analysis for traces of gunpowder, and his testimony about the events of that night was contradictory and changed over time. However, the prosecutor's office considered this version weak. They insisted that all pistols of the operation participants were thoroughly checked, and the evidence pointed to Canales as the shooter. The Vivanco family, conducting their own investigation, found some evidence that could confirm the version about Araya's involvement. They provided the court with reports from the Carabineros, which, in their opinion, confirmed this theory. These new versions and evidence forced the court to order additional examinations and witness interrogations, which significantly delayed the process and complicated the establishment of the truth. The judicial process in the Valeria Vivanco case continued until November 2023. During this time, the court carefully examined all presented evidence, heard witnesses, and experts. On November 17, the court announced its decision. Leonel Canales was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter. This decision was a compromise between the positions of the prosecution and the defense. The court took into account that Canales did not intend to kill his colleague, but his actions led to the tragic death of Valeria Vivanco. On November 29, 2023, the sentence was announced. Leonel Canales received 12 years in prison. The prosecution insisted on 15 years, while the defense asked for 10 years. The judge explained that in determining the sentence, 2 years that Canales spent in custody during the investigation were taken into account. In addition, Canales was prohibited from holding any public positions after release. The Valeria Vivanco case had a significant impact on the law enforcement system in Chile. It revealed serious problems with corruption and concealment of information in the police. As a result of the investigation, 16 employees of the Investigation Bureau were fired, including high-ranking officers. Among them was the director of the Homicide Investigation Department, Jorge Marquez, who was accused of administrative violations. This case led to a review of internal investigation procedures in the police. New protocols were implemented to ensure greater transparency and accountability during investigations of incidents involving police officers. In addition, control over the use of service weapons was strengthened, and mandatory wearing of body cameras was introduced for employees participating in special operations. This tragedy also forced a review of the training system for young police officers, placing greater emphasis on ethical aspects of work and the importance of following the law even in difficult situations. The tragic death of Valeria Vivanco did not remain just a sad page in the history of the Chilean police. Her short but bright life became a symbol of dedication to duty and professionalism for many young officers. A square in the city was named in honor of Valeria. Every year on the day of her death, a commemoration ceremony is held there, during which people bring flowers and light candles. This tradition has become not only a tribute to Valeria's memory but also a reminder of the importance and danger of law enforcement work. A memorial plaque with her portrait was installed at the police academy where Valeria studied. The story of her life and service became part of the training course for future officers, as an example of professional ethics and selflessness. The Vivanco family, despite the pain of loss, actively participated in preserving Valeria's memory. They established a charitable foundation in her name, which provides support to families of police officers who died in the line of duty. Despite the completion of the trial and the sentencing, Valeria Vivanco's family did not feel that justice had been fully restored. They remained dissatisfied with the verdict, considering it too lenient for the severity of the crime. Valeria's parents publicly expressed their disappointment that Leonel Canales, by their calculations, could be released in just 9 to 10 years thanks to the early release system. They considered this unfair, given that their daughter lost her life. The Vivanco family did not stop their private investigation. They continued to search for new evidence that could shed light on some still unclear aspects of the case. In particular, they were interested in the motives for the crime and the possible involvement of other persons in concealing evidence. The family's lawyer announced their intention to appeal the verdict, insisting on a more severe punishment for Canales and continuing the investigation into the possible involvement of other officers in the tragedy. This tireless struggle of the Vivanco family to establish the full truth became a symbol of how personal tragedy can turn into a fight for systemic changes in law enforcement and society as a whole. The Valeria Vivanco case became a catalyst for significant changes in Chilean society, especially in the context of perception of law enforcement work and trust in them. First of all, this tragedy sparked a wide discussion about police transparency and accountability. The public demanded greater access to information about internal investigations and clearer mechanisms for controlling law enforcement activities. In response to these demands, the Chilean government initiated a series of reforms. An independent commission was created to oversee police activities, which included representatives of the public and human rights experts. This commission was given the authority to conduct its own investigations in cases of abuse by police officers. In addition, psychological support programs for law enforcement officers were strengthened. This decision was made taking into account the stressful nature of their work and the need to prevent emotional burnout, which can lead to mistakes and misconduct. The changes also affected the education system. Special lessons were introduced in schools dedicated to the role of police in society and the importance of mutual respect between citizens and law enforcement officers. The media also changed their approach to covering such incidents. Journalists began to pay more attention to investigating facts and avoiding sensationalism when covering events related to police work. Overall, the tragedy of Valeria Vivanco became a turning point in the relationship between society and law enforcement in Chile, encouraging greater openness, dialogue, and mutual responsibility. In a small square in Santiago, named after Valeria Vivanco, it's always quiet. Only the rustle of leaves and the muffled steps of passers-by disturb the peace of this place. In the center of the square stands a modest monument, a bronze figure of a young woman in police uniform, looking into the distance, as if guarding the peace of the city even after death. Every day, people come to the monument: police colleagues, academy students, ordinary citizens. They bring flowers, light candles, some just stand silently, paying tribute to Valeria's memory. This square has become not only a place of memory but also a symbol of the changes that have taken place in Chilean society after the tragedy. It reminds of the price of serving the law and the importance of justice. The story of Valeria Vivanco continues to live in people's hearts, inspiring new generations to honesty, courage, and dedication to their cause. Her short life left a deep mark, changing not only the law enforcement system but also the consciousness of an entire society. On the plaque near the monument are engraved words that best describe Valeria's life path. She lived to serve and died protecting others. These words have become not just an epitaph, but a call to all who dedicate their lives to serving society.
The story of Celeste Mano is a tragic example of how stalking can turn a person's life into a nightmare and lead to fatal consequences. This case, which shook Australia in 2020, highlighted serious flaws in the system for protecting victims of stalking and prompted a rethinking of approaches to combating this crime. Let's examine in detail the events that led to the tragic death of 23-year-old Celeste and the consequences this case had for Australian society and legislation. Celeste Mano was born on November 22, 1996 in Italy. She was the middle child in the family, having an older stepbrother, Jaden, and a younger brother, Alessandro. When Celeste was still young, her family moved to Melbourne, Australia, seeking better opportunities and a new life. Growing up in Melbourne, Celeste proved to be a bright and sociable girl. In school, she was a cheerleader, demonstrating her love for dance and teamwork. Her smile, according to those close to her, could light up any room, and her laughter was contagious. After finishing high school, Celeste enrolled at RMIT University in 2015, where she studied criminology and psychology. Her choice of education reflected a deep interest in understanding human behavior and a desire to help others. Celeste dreamed of becoming a psychologist, aspiring to unravel the complex mysteries of the human mind and use this knowledge for the benefit of society. Throughout her life, Celeste maintained close relationships with her family, especially with her mother, Aggie. Their bond was incredibly strong, and Celeste always shared her thoughts, dreams, and problems with her mother. Even as an adult, Celeste kept a touching tradition. Every night before bed, her mother would come to her room to wish her good night and discuss the events of the day. After graduating from university in 2019, Celeste got a job at the Serco call center in Mill Park, a suburb of Melbourne. This job became not just her first step in her career, but also an opportunity to apply her knowledge of psychology in practice, communicating with different people and solving their problems. From the very beginning, Celeste proved herself to be a talented and dedicated employee. Her natural kindness, communication skills, and intelligence did not go unnoticed. Management quickly appreciated her abilities, and soon Celeste received a promotion, becoming a team leader. In her new position, Celeste continued to demonstrate her leadership qualities and ability to work with people. She created a positive atmosphere in the team, helped colleagues develop and effectively solve work tasks. Her professionalism and humanity earned respect from both subordinates and management. It was during this period that Celeste met many of her colleagues, among whom was Louis Seco. At that time, nothing foreshadowed the tragedy that would unfold in the future. Seco was one of many employees, and Celeste, as a team leader, maintained purely professional relationships with him. Alongside her career development, Celeste didn't forget about her personal life. At work, she met Chris Ridsdale, whom she later started dating. Their relationship developed gradually, and Chris saw in Celeste not only a beautiful girl but also a smart, purposeful person with a big heart. In June 2019, an event occurred at the Serco call center that would later prove to be a turning point in Celeste Mano's life. Louis Seco, a 35-year-old company employee, received a notice of dismissal due to productivity issues. As a team leader, Celeste was assigned to escort Seco from the office on his last day of work. This moment, which should have been a simple formality, turned into the beginning of a dangerous obsession. When Celeste led Seco to the exit, showing compassion and professional courtesy, she shook his hand and wished him success in the future. However, Seco's reaction was unexpected and unacceptable. He suddenly pulled Celeste towards him and kissed her on the cheek. This act shocked Celeste. leaving her confused and uncomfortable. She quickly stepped back, trying to maintain professionalism in this awkward situation. That same evening, returning home, Celeste shared this incident with her mother Aggie, expressing her surprise and discomfort at Seiko's behavior. Aggie, trying to calm her daughter, suggested that perhaps Seiko just had an innocent crush on Celeste, and that this incident shouldn't be taken too seriously. However, this maternal advice, dictated by a desire to reduce her daughter's anxiety, would later prove to be a fatally underestimated threat. About a week after Seiko's dismissal, he took the first step that would later grow into large-scale stalking. He contacted Celeste through Instagram, sending her a message that immediately caused her concern. In his message, Seiko declared his strong feelings for Celeste, claiming that he couldn't eat, sleep, or function normally at his new job without her. At first, Celeste tried to respond to these messages delicately. She politely thanked Seiko for his kind words, but made it clear that her feelings for him were purely professional, and she wasn't interested in a romantic relationship. Celeste also wished him all the best for the future, hoping this would put an end to the unwanted communication. However, Celeste's rejection only intensified Seiko's obsession. He began creating numerous fake Instagram accounts to continue contacting her after she blocked his previous profiles. The messages became more frequent and intrusive, moving from romantic confessions to explicit sexual fantasies. Celeste tried to ignore these messages, blocking each new Seiko account. However, his persistence knew no bounds. Sometimes new profiles would appear within minutes of blocking the previous ones. This situation began to seriously affect Celeste's emotional state, causing her stress and insomnia. After 6 months of continuous stalking, Celeste decided she could no longer handle the situation alone. She shared her problems with her mother Aggie and close friends, revealing the extent of Seiko's stalking. Her circle was shocked by the intensity and persistence of Seiko's actions. Aggie, concerned for her daughter's safety, insisted that Celeste go to the police. Despite her doubts, Celeste agreed, and they visited the local police station together. Celeste detailed the situation, showing numerous messages from Seiko and explaining how his actions were affecting her daily life. However, the police response was disappointing. The officer who received them stated that technically Seiko hadn't committed any crime. He advised Celeste to just ignore the messages or delete her social media accounts altogether. The policeman didn't even record Seiko's name or the details of Celeste's complaint. This refusal of help deeply upset Celeste and Aggie. They left the police station feeling helpless and disappointed in the system that should have protected them. The following months became a real ordeal for Celeste. Seiko's stalking didn't stop, but instead became more intense. His messages took on an increasingly threatening nature, often containing sexual fantasies and hints of physical violence. Celeste's emotional state began to deteriorate. She suffered from constant stress, anxiety, and insomnia. Fear of Seiko began to affect her daily life. Celeste became more vigilant, often looking over her shoulder when leaving home or returning from work. Despite this, Celeste tried to maintain a normal rhythm of life. She continued to work, maintain relationships with friends and family. However, her loved ones noticed changes in her behavior. She became less open, often seeming distant and worried. At work, Celeste tried to focus on her duties, but the constant fear that Seiko might appear in the office affected her productivity. She began to avoid social events and limited her activity on social media, trying to minimize chances of contact with Seiko. Despite all these difficulties, Celeste didn't give up. She sought support from her loved ones, especially her mother and her boyfriend Chris Ridsdale, who did everything possible to help her cope with the situation. Despite the constant pressure from Seiko, Celeste's personal life began to take positive turns. Her relationship with colleague Chris Ridsdale, which started as a friendship, gradually grew into a romantic one. Chris proved to be a reliable support for Celeste during this difficult period. Chris, understanding Celeste's situation, showed patience and support. He didn't pressure her, giving her the time and space needed to cope with the emotional burden of stalking. His presence in Celeste's life became a source of stability and comfort. The couple began spending more time together, enjoying simple pleasures of life. They went for walks, visited cafes and restaurants, trying to create islands of normalcy amidst the chaos caused by Seiko's actions. For Celeste, this relationship became a ray of hope. She began to feel that she might be able to regain control of her life. Chris' presence gave her a sense of security and normality that she so desperately needed. However, despite these positive changes, Seiko's shadow still loomed over Celeste's life. She couldn't fully relax and enjoy her new relationship, constantly fearing that Seiko might somehow find out about Chris and direct his aggression towards him. About a year after the stalking began, the situation sharply escalated. Seiko seemed to have become even more aggressive and persistent in his actions. His messages took on a more threatening nature, often containing undisguised threats. One day, Celeste noticed Seiko's car parked near her workplace. This discovery shocked her, as it meant that Seiko was not limited to virtual stalking, but was physically following her. The situation worsened when Celeste discovered that Seiko had somehow found out her home address. She began to notice his car in her neighborhood, causing her constant feelings of fear and panic. These events seriously affected Celeste's psychological state. She began to suffer from panic attacks, was afraid to leave the house alone, and constantly checked if doors and windows were locked. Her work and personal life began to suffer due to constant stress and anxiety. Aggie, Celeste's mother, was deeply concerned about her daughter's condition. She saw how the once cheerful and energetic Celeste was turning into a shadow of herself. Chris also felt helpless, not knowing how to protect his loved one from this invisible but constant threat. It became obvious that the situation had gotten out of control and required immediate action. Celeste and her loved ones realized that they needed to seek help from the authorities again, despite their previous negative experience. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Celeste and Aggie decided to approach the police again. This time they were better prepared, having detailed records of all incidents, screenshots of messages, and information about Seiko's appearances near Celeste's home and workplace. At the police station, they were met by a different officer who was more attentive to their problem. He listened carefully to Celeste, reviewed the provided evidence, and acknowledged that the situation was indeed serious and required intervention. The officer explained that while individual actions of Seiko might not fall under the definition of a criminal offense, their totality constituted a pattern of systematic stalking. He advised Celeste to apply for a restraining order against Seiko. The process of obtaining a restraining order proved to be quite complex and lengthy. Celeste had to describe in detail all instances of stalking, provide evidence, and explain why she felt threatened for her safety. This was an emotionally exhausting experience for her, but the support of her mother and Chris helped her get through it. After reviewing the case, the court issued a restraining order that prohibited Seiko from contacting Celeste in any way, approaching her, her home, or workplace. This decision brought Celeste some relief, although she understood that it was just a piece of paper that couldn't physically stop Seiko. The first month after receiving the restraining order brought Celeste long-awaited relief. Seiko seemed to have disappeared from her life. The messages stopped. His car no longer appeared near her home or work. Celeste gradually began to return to normal life. She started sleeping peacefully again. Her productivity at work improved. She even began spending more time with friends and family, rebuilding social connections that had suffered due to the stress of stalking. Her relationship with Chris also strengthened. They began making plans for the future, dreaming of a life together. Celeste even started considering moving and changing jobs to finally leave the past behind. Aggie happily observed her daughter returning to her former cheerful state. She hoped that the worst was behind them and that Seiko had finally understood that he should leave Celeste alone. However, despite the positive changes, Celeste couldn't completely relax. She still remained cautious, avoided posting information about her whereabouts on social media, and was vigilant when leaving the house. Deep inside, she felt that this silence might be deceptive. On November 14, 2020, just 2 days before the tragic events, Celeste and Chris decided to spend the day together, enjoying the gradual easing of COVID-19-related quarantine restrictions. They chose a rooftop restaurant in downtown Melbourne for their date, which offered a beautiful view of the city. The day turned out to be sunny and warm, perfect for outdoor relaxation. Celeste and Chris spent several hours at the restaurant, talking, laughing, and enjoying each other's company. They discussed their plans for the future, dreamed about traveling after the pandemic ended. During the date, the couple took several photos, including one that would later become fatal. In this picture, Celeste and Chris were embracing, their faces shining with happiness. This photo seemed particularly successful to Celeste, and she decided to publish it on Instagram to officially announce her relationship with Chris. Returning home, Celeste shared her impressions of the wonderful day with her mother. She also discussed with Aggie her intention to post the photo on social media. Aggie, seeing her daughter's happiness, supported her decision, believing that the threat from Seiko had passed. On November 15th, Celeste posted the photo on Instagram, adding a romantic caption to it. She received many positive comments from friends and relatives who were happy for her. The rest of the day Celeste spent at home, watching a movie and planning with her mother the celebration of her upcoming 24th birthday. No one could have predicted that this post would become the catalyst for the tragic events that would unfold the next day. The evening of November 15th, 2020, began as usual. Celeste and Aggie followed their usual evening routine. They had dinner together, discussing the events of the day and plans for the next week. Around 10 p.m., Aggie went to Celeste's room to wish her good night. "Should I turn off the light or leave it on?" Aggie asked, as always. "Leave it. I'll turn it off myself in a minute," Celeste replied. "Okay, love you," said Aggie. "I love you more." "Good night," were the last words Aggie heard from her daughter. At approximately 4:10 a.m. on November 16th, Aggie woke up to a sound that resembled breaking glass. She instantly realized that the sound was coming from Celeste's room. Overcome with horror, Aggie rushed to her daughter's room. What she saw forever changed her life. Celeste was lying on the bed, motionless and covered in blood. The bedroom window was broken and the floor was strewn with shards of glass. Aggie rushed to her daughter, begging her to open her eyes to say something, but Celeste didn't respond. Aggie immediately called emergency services, screaming the address into the phone and begging them to come as quickly as possible. She tried to provide first aid to her daughter, but the wounds were too serious. When paramedics arrived, they found that Celeste was already dead. Later, the autopsy showed that she had been stabbed 23 times, one of which went straight to her heart, proving fatal. When the paramedics confirmed Celeste's death, Aggie fell into a state of shock. She couldn't believe that her daughter, whom she had talked to just a few hours ago, was no longer alive. In a moment of despair and anger, Aggie cried out, "He killed her!" drawing the attention of the police officers who had arrived at the crime scene. The police immediately began an investigation. They examined the crime scene, collecting evidence. Numerous bloody fingerprints were found on the windowsill and fence. A neighbor's surveillance camera captured a car quickly driving away from the monohouse around the time the ambulance arrived. Detectives questioned Aggie, trying to understand who she meant by he. Aggie told them about Louis Seiko and his obsessive stalking of Celeste over the past year. She also informed them about the restraining order issued against Seiko. Meanwhile, news of the tragedy spread quickly. Chris Ridsdale, upon receiving the terrible news, was devastated. He couldn't believe that Celeste, with whom he had spent a wonderful day just 2 days ago, was gone. The police immediately began searching for Louis Seiko. However, their efforts proved unnecessary. About an hour after the murder, Seiko himself appeared at the police station. He had an injured hand and immediately confessed to Celeste's murder. "She's dead. She's dead. Go see. You know what happened." "It's your fault," Seiko told the officer on duty, giving him Celeste's address. He even tried to provoke the police officers to shoot him, but instead was arrested. During the search of Seiko's phone, investigators discovered that he had been closely monitoring Celeste's Instagram account. Hundreds of screenshots of photos of Celeste and Chris were found on his device. A search of Seiko's laptop revealed search queries about Chris, the restaurant where Celeste and Chris had their date, and most disturbingly, plans of Celeste's house. Investigators also found that 3 months before the murder, Seiko had purchased a hammer and a kitchen knife at a local supermarket. These findings indicated that the murder was carefully planned, not committed in a fit of rage. Seiko was charged with first-degree murder. He was taken into custody without the possibility of bail, given the severity of the crime and the potential threat to society. The trial of Louis Seiko began almost 3 years after the murder of Celeste Mano. This delay was partly caused by restrictions related to the COVID-19 pandemic, but mostly by the delaying tactics chosen by Seiko and his defense. During this time, Seiko repeatedly changed his position. Initially, he confessed to the murder, but later retracted his words. His lawyers tried to prove that Seiko was mentally incompetent at the time of the crime. Seiko underwent numerous psychiatric evaluations. One expert, Dr. Darji, claimed that Seiko suffered from hallucinations and was forced to act under the influence of an imaginary creature named Isha. However, other experts concluded that Seiko was fully competent and aware of his actions. The prosecution presented strong evidence against Seiko. They showed the court numerous messages he had sent to Celeste, evidence of his physical stalking of her, as well as a detailed plan of her house found on his computer. Particular attention was paid to the fact that Seiko had purchased the murder weapons several months before the attack, indicating a premeditated murder. Celeste's family and friends gave emotional testimonies about the impact of Seiko's stalking on her life. Chris Ridsdale spoke about the fear and stress Celeste experienced in the last months of her life. Aggie shared painful memories of the night of the murder and recounted Celeste's numerous attempts to get help from law enforcement. Seiko, for his part, tried to convince the court that he had only inflicted 2 blows on Celeste, and the rest of the wounds were caused by broken glass. This version was quickly disproven by forensic experts. Throughout the process, Seiko showed no signs of remorse. His behavior in court was described as cold and indifferent, which further turned the jury against him. On February 29, 2024, after a lengthy trial, Louis Seiko, who was 39 years old at the time, was found guilty of murdering Celeste Mano. The judge sentenced him to 36 years in prison with the possibility of parole after serving 30 years. In announcing the sentence, Judge Dixon noted that while Seiko did suffer from a rare and extreme personality disorder, this did not justify his actions. The judge also emphasized the deep trauma experienced by Celeste's family due to Seiko's actions. The reaction of Celeste's family to the verdict was mixed. On one hand, they felt relief that Seiko was finally held accountable. On the other hand, they considered the punishment not severe enough, given the brutality of the crime and the fact that Seiko had deprived Celeste of her entire future life. Aggie, Celeste's mother, expressed her disappointment after the sentencing. She stated that the court had shown mercy to Seiko, although he had shown no mercy to her daughter. Aggie also emphasized that the justice system had failed Celeste when she sought help. The verdict caused wide resonance in society. Many considered it too lenient, given the nature of the crime and the prolonged stalking that preceded the murder. Others pointed to the need for reform of legislation regarding stalking and harassment. After the conclusion of the trial, Aggie Mano decided to channel her pain and anger in a constructive direction. She launched a campaign to strengthen legislation on stalking and harassment in Australia. Her goal was to prevent similar tragedies in the future and provide better protection for potential victims. Aggie began actively collaborating with experts in criminal law and psychology. She studied the laws of various countries, looking for effective models to combat stalking. Based on this research, she developed a series of proposals for changes in legislation. One of Aggie's key initiatives was the introduction of electronic monitoring for individuals who had been issued restraining orders. She believed that if Seiko had been under such surveillance after receiving the restraining order, the tragedy could have been prevented. Aggie also insisted on the need for better training of police officers to deal with cases of stalking. She argued that if the police had taken Celeste's first complaints more seriously, the situation could have been brought under control at an early stage. Her efforts caught the attention of the Victorian Law Reform Commission, which in 2021 began an investigation into stalking laws in the state. Aggie presented the commission with 45 recommendations for changes in legislation. However, despite her persistence, the process of change proved to be slow and complex. Many of her proposals were not accepted, which caused Aggie deep disappointment. Nevertheless, she didn't give up, continuing her fight for reforms. Parallel to this activity, Aggie created the Celeste Mano Memorial Foundation. The foundation's purpose was to provide support to victims of stalking and their families, as well as to fund research in the field of stalking prevention. The foundation organized educational programs for schools and universities, teaching young people to recognize signs of dangerous behavior and seek help. Training sessions were also conducted for law enforcement officers, aimed at improving their ability to respond effectively to cases of stalking. The tragic story of Celeste Mano sparked a wide discussion in Australian society about the problem of stalking and the effectiveness of the existing system for protecting victims. Experts from various fields analyzed this case, trying to understand exactly where the system failed and how to prevent similar tragedies in the future. The story of Celeste Mano became a powerful catalyst for changes in public perception of the stalking problem. It showed that even in developed countries, there are serious gaps in the system of protecting victims of stalking, and that these gaps can have fatal consequences.
On the night of October 9th, 2012, darkness fell over the small college town of Dover, New Hampshire. The streets were quiet, with only an occasional car passing by. At this time, 19-year-old Lizzie Marriott, a student at the University of New Hampshire, was returning home after a party. She didn't know that this night would be the last of her life. Lizzie was a bright, cheerful girl with big plans for the future. She dreamed of becoming a marine biologist and was already taking the first steps toward achieving that dream. However, fate had a different scenario in store for her, one that would soon shake the entire city and force many to reconsider their views on human nature. Elizabeth Lizzie Marriott was born on June 10, 1993 in the city of Westboro, Massachusetts. She grew up in a loving family with a younger brother. From early childhood, Lizzie showed a special love for animals, especially aquatic creatures. Lizzie's parents, Bob and Melissa Marriott, always supported their daughter's interests. They often took her on trips to aquariums and the coast, where little Lizzie watched the marine life with fascination. This childhood curiosity later grew into a serious passion for marine biology. In school, Lizzie was an excellent student and actively participated in various extracurricular activities. She was a member of the Scout movement, where she learned responsibility and teamwork. These qualities, along with her natural kindness and openness, made Lizzie a favorite among both peers and teachers. Graduating from high school in 2011 was an important milestone for Lizzie. She was chosen as the prom queen, which testified to her popularity and respect among classmates. New horizons and opportunities were opening up ahead, and Lizzie was ready to conquer them. After graduating from high school, Lizzie entered the University of New Hampshire, where she began studying marine biology. The choice of university was not accidental. The institution was famous for its marine science program and proximity to the ocean, which gave students the opportunity for practical experience. Lizzie was full of enthusiasm. She dreamed of exploring the oceans and making scientific discoveries. In parallel with her studies, the girl volunteered at the Boston Aquarium, where she conducted tours for visitors. This work not only gave her practical experience, but also allowed her to share her passion for marine life with others. To be closer to the university and save on housing rent, Lizzie moved in with her uncle and aunt in the town of Chester, New Hampshire. This decision demonstrated her desire for independence and willingness to sacrifice comfort for the sake of education. The fall of 2012 marked the beginning of a new stage in Lizzie's life. She transferred to the second year of the University of New Hampshire, where she was immediately enrolled in the marine biology program. The first day at the new educational institution was full of excitement and anticipation. Lizzie quickly found common ground with her classmates, who were attracted by her sincere smile and positive attitude toward life. Teachers noted her enthusiasm and deep interest in the subject. Lizzie actively participated in discussions, asked questions, and was always ready for new challenges. In addition to studying, the girl got a part-time job as a manager at the Target store. This work not only helped her financially, but also developed her communication and teamwork skills. Colleagues characterized Lizzie as a friendly, communicative girl who never refused to help. It seemed that all doors were opening before Lizzie, and the future promised to be bright and successful. However, fate had an unexpected twist in store for her, which would forever change the lives of many people. At her job at Target, Lizzie met 18-year-old Kat McDonnell. The girls quickly found common ground, despite some differences in their characters. If Lizzie was open and sociable, then Kat seemed more withdrawn and reserved. Colleagues noticed that after starting a relationship with a new boyfriend, Kat changed. She became less communicative, limited communication with friends, and even stopped contacting her family. However, Lizzie, with her natural kindness, did not pay attention to these changes and continued to support the friendship. The girls often spent time together after work, discussing their dreams and plans for the future. Lizzie shared her passion for marine biology, and Kat talked about her interest in theater. This friendship seemed ordinary for two young girls, but soon it would lead to tragic consequences. Soon, Lizzie met Kat's boyfriend, 30-year-old Seth Mazzalia. Seth was a graduate of the same University of New Hampshire where Lizzie studied, but with a degree in theater arts. He also had experience working as an ambulance paramedic and had a black belt in karate. At first glance, Seth seemed like an interesting and versatile personality. He worked as a consultant in an electronics store and taught martial arts. However, behind this facade hid a dark side of his nature. Seth and Kat met a year ago in a theater when the girl was only 17. Immediately after her 18th birthday, Seth proposed that Kat live with him. They settled in Mazzadlia's apartment in the city of Dover, New Hampshire. Few people knew, but the couple practiced BDSM relationships, where Seth acted as the dominant and Kat as the fully submissive. They even posted ads on specialized sites looking for a third participant for their games. These details will become important for understanding the subsequent events. October 9th, 2012 began like a normal day for Lizzie Marriott. She attended classes at the university and then worked a few hours at Target. In the evening, Lizzie decided to go to a party with her friend Liz Pace. The girls carefully prepared for the outing. They did their makeup, styled their hair, and chose the appropriate clothes. According to Liz, they had a good time at the party, dancing, chatting with friends, and enjoying the atmosphere. Around 4 o'clock in the morning on October 10th, Lizzie drove Liz home in her white 1994 Honda Accord. However, instead of going home herself, Lizzie said she had some other business to attend to. She hugged her friend goodbye, not suspecting that this would be their last meeting. After saying goodbye to Liz, Lizzie decided to visit Kat McDonnell. She wrote a note to her uncle and aunt, informing them that she was going to a friend's house and would return by midnight. This decision proved fatal for the young girl. Lizzie arrived at Kat and Seth's apartment around 9 o'clock in the morning on October 10th. She didn't know that Seth would be home and that the couple had their own plans for her. According to Kat, who later gave testimony during the investigation, Seth had seen pictures of Lizzie in advance and liked her. At first, everything seemed innocent. The three young people sat, talked, watched a movie. However, the atmosphere gradually changed. Seth suggested playing strip poker, creating a favorable atmosphere for intimacy. Lizzie, who trusted her friends, agreed, not suspecting the danger that awaited her. The situation in Seth and Kat's apartment quickly got out of control. When Lizzie lost a few rounds of poker and was left in only her underwear, Seth suggested that she kiss Kat. Lizzie categorically refused, explaining that she was in a serious relationship and did not want to cheat on her partner. Lizzie's refusal infuriated Seth. He went into another room where he put on black leather gloves and took a rope. Returning, Seth suddenly threw the rope around Lizzie's neck and began strangling her. Kat, who later claimed to have been shocked and frightened, did nothing to help Lizzie. Lizzie fought for her life, but could not resist the physically stronger Seth. After a few minutes, she stopped showing signs of life. Seth, having made sure that Lizzie was dead, committed a sexual assault on her body. Realizing that they had committed murder, Seth and Kat panicked. They decided to get rid of the body and destroy all evidence. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, the couple wrapped Lizzie's body in a tarp and placed it in a suitcase. Using Lizzie's car, they took the body to Pierce Island in Portsmouth, where the Piscataqua River flows. Seth and Kat dragged the suitcase to an observation deck, pulled out Lizzie's body, and threw it off a cliff into the river. After that, they thoroughly washed Lizzie's car, trying to destroy all traces of the crime. The car was left in the university campus parking lot, and they walked home themselves, covering a distance of about 10 miles. The next day, the couple continued to destroy evidence. They threw away Lizzie's personal belongings and other items associated with the crime. Seth broke Lizzie's phone and threw it away on the way home. On October 10th, Lizzie failed to show up for work at Target, which caused concern among her colleagues. They contacted Lizzie's father, Thomas Antonakos, to find out if everything was okay with the girl. Thomas, who had not been able to contact his daughter since the previous evening, began to worry. Lizzie's aunt and uncle, with whom she lived in Chester, initially assumed that the girl could have stayed with a friend. However, when Lizzie did not return the next day, their concern grew. Meanwhile, Seth and Kat tried to act as usual. Seth even offered to help search for Lizzie, trying to deflect suspicion from himself. Kat remained silent, fearing the consequences and Seth's threats. On October 11th, when it became clear that Lizzie had disappeared, her parents immediately went to Chester. On the way, they called the police and reported their daughter's disappearance. Thomas Antonakos, a successful businessman, immediately began his own investigation. He visited places Lizzie frequented, talked to her friends and acquaintances. Unfortunately, no one could provide substantial information about the girl's whereabouts. Lizzie's parents announced a reward of $10,000 for information about their daughter's whereabouts. They hoped this would help speed up the search and obtain important leads. The New Hampshire police launched an active investigation into Lizzie Marriott's disappearance. Initially, investigators suggested that the girl might have been in a car accident, but this version was quickly dismissed. Detectives interviewed all of Lizzie's friends and acquaintances. During these interviews, it turned out that the last person to see Lizzie was her friend, Kat McDonnell. This drew investigators' attention to Kat and her boyfriend, Seth Mazzaglia. An important lead was information about the last location of Lizzie's phone. The signal was recorded in the city of Dover at 10:11 p.m. on October 9th, not far from where Kat and Seth lived. On October 14th, Lizzie's car was found in the university campus parking lot. The car was empty, and no traces of a struggle or other evidence of crime were found in it. The disappearance of a young student quickly attracted the attention of local media. News about Lizzie Marriott appeared on the front pages of newspapers and in the main news releases. Journalists interviewed Lizzie's parents, her friends, and teachers. Everyone described the girl as a kind, responsible, and purposeful person who could not just disappear. Media attention helped spread information about Lizzie's disappearance to the general public. This led to an increase in calls to the police hotline from people who thought they might have seen the girl. However, the increased press attention also created additional pressure on investigators and complicated the conduct of some operational measures. A few days after Lizzie's disappearance, the police summoned Seth Mazzaglia and Kat McDonnell for questioning. The couple was interrogated separately, which allowed investigators to compare their testimonies. Kat denied that Lizzie had visited them on October 9th. She insisted that she had not seen her friend on the day of her disappearance. Kat's interrogation lasted about 2 hours, after which she refused to continue the conversation and remained waiting for Seth at the police station. Seth, unlike Kat, told a completely different story. He admitted that Lizzie had indeed come to them that evening. According to him, they had a threesome, and in the process, he tied the girls up with ropes. Seth claimed that at some point something went wrong and Lizzie accidentally died. Seth's interrogation lasted 11 hours. He said that after Lizzie's death, he and Kat took her body to the Piscataqua River and threw it into the water. Seth even agreed to go with the police to the place where they disposed of the body. After Seth's confession, investigators conducted a thorough search of the couple's apartment and the surrounding area. In a garbage container near the house, a package with men's underwear, a pair of black leather gloves, and Lizzie's sweater were found. An examination revealed traces of Seth and Lizzie's DNA on the underwear, confirming their close contact. This evidence contradicted Kat's initial testimony and cast doubt on her version of events. Meanwhile, the police continued their search for Lizzie's body in the Piscataqua River. Divers and special equipment were involved, but the strong current and difficult bottom relief complicated the work. Under the pressure of evidence, Kat changed her testimony. She recorded a video confession in which she confirmed that Lizzie was in their apartment on October 9th. According to her, they did indeed play strip poker, after which the situation turned intimate. However, Kat claimed that Lizzie died from accidental strangulation during sex games. Further investigation revealed even more shocking details of the crime. An analysis of phone records showed that Seth and Kat had planned to find a third participant for their sex games several weeks before the tragedy. During a new interrogation in 2014, Kat finally revealed the full picture of events. She confessed that Seth had pressured her, demanding that she bring a friend for sex games. Kat invited Lizzie, knowing about Seth's plans, but not warning her friend. According to Kat, on the night of the murder, Seth acted coldly and purposefully. She described how he strangled Lizzie despite her resistance and pleas. Kat claimed that she was paralyzed with fear and could not help Lizzie. After the murder, Seth forced Kat to help him get rid of the body. They took Lizzie to Pierce Island, where, on Seth's orders, Kat dragged the body into the water and disguised it with algae. On October 13, 2012, Seth Mazzalia was arrested on charges of second-degree murder. He was also charged with rape and criminal conspiracy. Kat McDonnell was arrested in November of the same year. She was charged with being an accessory to murder and obstructing justice. The arrests shocked the local community. Many could not believe that Seth and Kat, who seemed like an ordinary young couple, could commit such a heinous crime. The prosecution insisted that Seth's actions were intentional and cold-blooded. They argued that he had planned in advance to bring a third person for sex games and was prepared for violent actions. In May 2014, the trial of Seth Mazzalia began. The case attracted considerable public and media attention. The courtroom was crowded, and groups of people gathered outside the courthouse demanding justice for Lizzie. Prosecutors presented evidence including text messages between Seth and Kat, which indicated their intentions to find a third participant for their sex games. The results of forensic examinations and expert testimony were also presented. Seth's defense tried to present Lizzie's death as an unfortunate accident during consensual sex games. They claimed that there was no intent to kill the girl and that Seth only helped dispose of the body after the tragic incident. Lizzie's family was present at every court session, suffering from the painful details of their daughter's final hours. Their presence reminded everyone of the human tragedy behind this case. A key moment in the trial was the testimony of Kat McDonnell. The prosecution offered her a plea deal in exchange for her testimony against Seth. Instead of a possible 20 years in prison, she was offered only 3 years on the condition of full disclosure of the truth about the events of that night. Kat agreed to the deal and gave testimony that shocked everyone present. She talked about the pressure from Seth, about his persistent demands to find a third participant for their games, about the threats he made to her. According to Kat, on the night of the murder, Seth acted cold-bloodedly and purposefully. She described how he strangled Lizzie, despite her resistance and pleas. Kat claimed that she was paralyzed with fear and could not intervene, fearing that she would become the next victim. Kat's testimony became a turning point in the case, providing the court and the jury with a complete picture of the horrific events of that night. In June 2014, after a lengthy trial, the jury found 32-year-old Seth Mazzalia guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. 20-year-old Kat McDonnell, in accordance with the plea agreement, received only 3 years in prison. She was charged with hindering the prosecution and being an accomplice after the fact of the murder. The verdict elicited a mixed reaction in society. Many felt that the punishment for Kat was too lenient, given her role in the crime and the subsequent concealment of the truth. Others argued that without her testimony, Seth might have received a less severe sentence. Lizzie's family expressed mixed feelings about the verdict. They were satisfied that Seth received the maximum punishment, but considered the short prison term for Kat to be unfair. In their opinion, she had betrayed their daughter and did nothing to prevent the tragedy. After the trial ended, the lives of everyone involved in the case changed forever. Seth Mazzalia began serving his life sentence in a maximum security prison. According to reports, he was repeatedly attacked by other inmates. Kat McDonnell was released from prison in July 2016, having served her 3-year term. She faced difficulties finding work due to her criminal past and tried to avoid publicity. Lizzie's family continued to struggle with the pain of their loss. They established the Lizzie Marriott Foundation, which provides scholarships to students studying marine biology, the field to which Lizzie dedicated her short life. The University of New Hampshire installed a memorial bench in honor of Lizzie and also established an annual lecture on marine biology in her name. Thank you for the reminder. The tragic death of Lizzie Marriott left a deep mark on the lives of many people. Her parents, Bob and Melissa Marriott, dedicated themselves to preserving their daughter's memory and helping others. The Lizzie Marriott Foundation, created by her family, not only provides scholarships to students of marine biology, but also supports programs aimed at preventing violence and raising awareness about youth safety. In Lizzie's hometown of Westboro, Massachusetts, a memorial was created, a bench by a lake in the forest. This place has become a symbol of peace and reflection for those who knew and loved Lizzie. The Lizzie Marriott case also drew attention to the problem of relationship violence and the importance of caution when meeting new people. Many schools and universities have strengthened their student safety and violence prevention programs. The story of Lizzie Marriott is not only a tale of a horrific crime, but also a deep exploration of human nature. It forces us to reflect on the dark sides of the human soul and the dangers that can lurk behind an ordinary facade. This tragedy demonstrates how trust and kindness can be used against a person. Lizzie, an open and friendly girl, fell victim to those she considered friends. Her story reminds us of the importance of caution and attentiveness to those around us. At the same time, the community's reaction to this tragedy showed the strength of human solidarity and compassion. Thousands of people united to support Lizzie's family and honor her memory. The Lizzie Marriott case remains a painful reminder of the fragility of life and how quickly it can change. It calls on us to cherish every moment and be attentive to those we love.
Hello, dear friends. Welcome to Crime Story Diaries. Today, we'll be examining a terrifying case, so I invite you to watch the video. Don't forget to leave your comments and likes. On November 3, 2006, what began as an ordinary autumn day in suburban Raleigh, the capital of North Carolina, would soon turn extraordinary. Birchleaf Drive, nestled in a quiet residential area, was typically a place where life unfolded peacefully and predictably. The houses, surrounded by well-maintained lawns and mature trees, exuded a sense of comfort and security. However, the neighborhood's peaceful atmosphere was shattered. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Meredith Fisher arrived at her sister Michelle Young's house. She entered through the garage, the door of which lifted easily by hand. Inside, Meredith immediately sensed that something was amiss. The house was unusually cold, and an ominous silence hung in the air. Upon ascending to the second floor, Meredith made a shocking discovery. Her sister Michelle lay motionless on the bedroom floor, surrounded by pools of blood. This horrific sight would forever change not only the lives of the Young family, but also the entire Raleigh community. Michelle Young, born Michelle Mary Fisher, came into the world on February 17, 1977, in Sayville, New York. From an early age, she exhibited traits that would later shape her personality, energy, determination, and optimism. As she grew up, Michelle dreamed of a career in finance, particularly aspiring to become a tax attorney. This dream would define her path for many years to come. In school, she excelled academically and was the captain of the cheerleading squad, demonstrating not only academic prowess, but also leadership qualities. Friends and family described Michelle as the all-American girl, cheerful, energetic, and full of enthusiasm. Her childhood was filled with ambitions and a drive for success, which later led her to enroll at North Carolina State University. After graduating from high school, Michelle enrolled at North Carolina State University in Raleigh, taking an important step towards her dream. Moving from the bustling New York to the relatively smaller Raleigh was a significant change in her life. However, Michelle quickly adapted, focusing on her studies in finance. Throughout her 4 years of college, Michelle demonstrated high work ethic and perseverance. Her efforts paid off. She earned a master's degree in accounting. This diploma opened up wide opportunities for her in the financial world. Soon after graduation, Michelle secured a job at a local accounting firm. This position not only provided her with financial stability, but also served as an excellent starting point for further career growth. Michelle quickly established herself as a competent and responsible employee. In February 2001, on the eve of her 24th birthday, Michelle decided to celebrate the occasion with friends at her favorite bar. It was there that a meeting occurred that would change her entire life. Jason Young, a graduate of the same university as Michelle, accidentally knocked over her glass of wine. This awkward moment became the beginning of their acquaintance. Jason apologized and bought Michelle a new drink, after which they struck up a conversation. It turned out they had a lot in common. Both had graduated from North Carolina State University and were passionate fans of the local football team, the Wolf Pack. Jason worked as a sales representative and was known for his charisma and self-confidence. Despite Jason's reputation as a ladies' man, his interest in Michelle seemed genuine. After this meeting, he began to visit Raleigh more frequently, using business trips as an excuse for dates with Michelle. Michelle and Jason's relationship developed rapidly. Despite Michelle's focus on her career and Jason's reputation as immature and impulsive, their feelings grew into a serious relationship. 2 years after they met, Michelle discovered she was pregnant. This news came as a surprise to both of them. Michelle, who had always dreamed of a traditional wedding, hadn't planned on having a child so early. Jason initially stated that he wasn't ready for either children or marriage. However, after a month of deliberation, the couple decided to get married. In August 2003, their wedding took place. Although the decision to marry was partly driven by practical considerations, particularly the need for medical insurance for Michelle, it also reflected their desire to start a family. On March 29, 2004, their daughter, Cassidy Elizabeth Young, was born. Michelle fully devoted herself to motherhood, finding in it a new calling. Soon after Cassidy's birth, the Young family moved into a large house on Birchleaf Drive on the outskirts of Raleigh. It seemed like the embodiment of the American dream, a spacious home surrounded by greenery in a quiet neighborhood. However, it was here that the first signs of problems in their marriage began to surface. Michelle enjoyed her role as a mother and wife. Her sister Meredith moved to Raleigh to help with Cassidy's care. Michelle's relatives, especially her mother Linda, frequently visited the Youngs' house. However, these visits irritated Jason. Tension between Jason and Linda grew. Michelle talked to her mother on the phone daily, sharing details of her life, including problems in her relationship with her husband. This caused additional displeasure for Jason. The couple often argued, and these conflicts were no secret to friends and family. Jason had a hot temper, and Michelle increasingly complained to her mother about his behavior. Despite this, in the spring of 2006, Michelle shared joyful news with Jason. She was pregnant again. In the fall of 2006, when Michelle was 4 months pregnant, the Young family's life seemed outwardly calm. However, hidden problems were growing beneath the surface. Jason, working as a sales representative, often went on business trips. Some of these trips, as it later turned out, had nothing to do with his work. In October, Jason went on a business trip to Florida. In reality, he was visiting an old friend named Michelle Money, with whom he had studied at university. They struck up a romance that quickly developed into a serious relationship. Over the next month, they exchanged almost 1,000 messages. Michelle was unaware of her husband's infidelity. She was focused on her pregnancy and caring for Cassidy. However, tension in the family was increasing. Conflicts between Jason and Michelle's mother Linda were becoming more frequent. Linda often stayed with them and even expressed a desire to move closer to her daughter, which caused Jason's displeasure. On the evening of November 2nd, 2006, Jason set out on another business trip to Clintwood, Virginia, where he had a business meeting scheduled for the morning of November 3rd. The distance to Clintwood was about 300 miles, so Jason decided to stop for the night at the Hampton Inn in Hillsville, approximately halfway. That evening, Michelle invited her friend Shelley over. The women spent time watching a TV show and talking. Michelle shared with her friend some problems in her relationship with Jason, particularly regarding holiday plans. Shelley left around 10 o'clock in the evening, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, as if someone was watching her. Jason checked into the hotel at 10:54 p.m. and entered his room at 10:56 p.m. According to the electronic key data, he did not leave the room again that night. However, the events that followed became the subject of intense investigation and court proceedings over the next few years. On November 3, 2006, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Meredith Fisher arrived at her sister's house. Jason had asked her to pick up some eBay printouts he had supposedly left in the home office. Entering through the unlocked garage, Meredith immediately felt that something was wrong. The house was unusually cold. In the kitchen, Meredith saw Michelle's purse and keys. Climbing to the second floor, she made a horrifying discovery. Michelle was lying face down on the bedroom floor, surrounded by pools of blood. The body was cold and stiff. Meredith immediately called emergency services. While talking to the operator, she noticed 2-year-old Cassidy crawling out from under the bed, dressed in clean pink pajamas. The child seemed confused but physically unharmed. Police quickly arrived at the scene. Investigators found that Michelle had suffered numerous blows to the head with a blunt object. An autopsy later confirmed that the cause of death was a traumatic brain injury. Michelle's body had numerous bruises, scratches, and fractures. She had lost several teeth, and a subarachnoid hemorrhage was found on her brain. Investigators immediately turned their attention to the victim's husband, Jason Young. This was standard procedure, as statistics showed that in about 60% of murder cases, victims knew their killers, and in spousal cases, the partner was always the first suspect. Jason claimed he was on a business trip in Virginia. According to his version, he left home on the evening of November 2nd, stopped for the night at the Hampton Inn in Hillsville, and set out for a business meeting in Clintwood on the morning of November 3rd. Hotel records confirmed that Jason checked in around 11 o'clock on the evening of November 2nd. The electronic key to his room was used only once to enter the room. This seemed to confirm his alibi. However, investigators uncovered several suspicious details. A hotel employee noticed that the emergency exit door on the first floor was propped open with a small red pebble at night. Moreover, the surveillance camera near these doors was disconnected at around 11:19 p.m. and remained inoperative until morning. During the investigation, unpleasant details of Jason Young's personal life came to light. Investigators discovered that he had several extramarital affairs. Particular attention was drawn to his relationship with Michelle Money, an old acquaintance of the Youngs from their college days. It was revealed that Jason and Michelle Money had exchanged nearly 1,000 messages during October 2006. On the day before the murder, they contacted each other 51 times. Moreover, Michelle Money was the last person Jason communicated with on November 2nd, and the first he called on the morning of November 3rd. Another woman, Carol Ann Sowerby, confessed to having an intimate relationship with Jason 10 days before Michelle's death. She recounted a strange incident where Jason removed her wedding ring and returned it only the next day. Michelle's friends and relatives also shared their observations. They spoke of frequent arguments between the couple, especially regarding visits from Michelle's mother, Linda. It became known that Jason was not happy about either Michelle's first or second pregnancy. At the crime scene, investigators faced a complex picture of evidence. In the bedroom where Michelle's body was found, 2 different shoe prints were discovered, size 10 and size 12 in the American system. Forensic experts carefully examined these prints, using special lighting and photographic techniques to enhance the visibility of the impressions. Thanks to the clear pattern on the soles, they were even able to determine the specific model of shoes. They were sneakers of a popular brand sold in many stores across the country. 2 small hairs were found on and near Michelle's body that didn't belong to either her or Jason. These hairs were carefully collected, packaged, and sent to the laboratory for DNA analysis. The results showed that the DNA from the hairs didn't match the profiles of anyone in Michelle's immediate circle. 4 DNA samples were found on the jewelry box that also didn't belong to the young couple. These findings raised many questions. Could they belong to the perpetrator, or were they traces left by guests long before the crime? Several unidentified fingerprints were found in various parts of the house. Experts compared them with the fingerprint database, but found no matches. This could mean that the criminal had no prior convictions, or that these prints belonged to one of the house visitors. Jason's computer drew special attention from investigators. When analyzing the search history, they found suspicious queries such as anatomy of a knockout, loss of consciousness from traumatic brain injury, and similar topics. Digital forensics experts tried to establish the exact time of these searches, but faced technical difficulties. It remained unclear whether these searches were related to the crime or had another explanation. Investigators also noted the absence of Michelle's wedding and engagement rings. They thoroughly searched the house, but didn't find these valuable items. At the same time, other jewelry and money remained untouched, ruling out the version of a common robbery. This detail seemed particularly important, considering the testimony about Jason previously removing a ring from his mistress's finger. Forensic experts conducted a detailed analysis of the blood spatter pattern on the walls and furniture in the bedroom. They used special techniques to reconstruct the trajectory of the blows and the attacker's position. This data helped create an approximate picture of how the attack occurred, but didn't give a definitive answer about the perpetrator's identity. Despite a significant amount of physical evidence, the investigation failed to find anything that directly linked Jason to the murder. No traces of Michelle's blood were found in his car, on his clothes, or in his hotel room. Jason's fingerprints in the house were expected and contained no traces of blood. Experts also analyzed surveillance camera recordings on the route between the hotel where Jason stayed and the Youngs' house. They tried to find confirmation of his alibi, or conversely, evidence of his return home on the night of the murder. However, due to the limited number of cameras on the highway and the low quality of night recordings, these searches didn't yield conclusive results. Such a complex and ambiguous picture of evidence created serious difficulties for the investigation. On one hand, there were many suspicious circumstances pointing to Jason's possible involvement in the crime. On the other hand, the lack of direct evidence of his guilt left room for doubt. This situation posed a challenging task for the prosecution: how to convince the jury of the suspect's guilt, relying primarily on circumstantial evidence. Despite the lack of direct evidence, investigators continued to focus their attention on Jason Young. For 3 years after the murder, law enforcement meticulously gathered and analyzed all possible evidence. On December 14, 2009, 3 years after Michelle's death, Jason Young was finally arrested on charges of first-degree murder. This decision was based on a combination of circumstantial evidence and suspicious circumstances. Preparation for the trial lasted almost 2 more years. During this time, the prosecution tried to build a compelling case against Jason, relying on available evidence and testimonies. The first trial of Jason Young began in June 2011. The prosecution presented a theory according to which Jason had planned his wife's murder due to financial difficulties and a desire to leave the marriage. The prosecution argued that after checking into the Hampton Inn in Hillsville, Virginia, Jason secretly left the hotel at night, returned to Raleigh, committed the murder, and then returned. They argued that he interfered with the hotel's surveillance cameras and made a stop at a gas station between Hillsville and Raleigh. The testimony of a gas station employee became a key element of the prosecution. She claimed that around 5 o'clock in the morning on November 3rd, a man in a white SUV stopped at the farthest pump. After an argument about payment, he threw $20, filled up for $15, and left without taking the change. The woman identified Jason in a photograph. The defense insisted on the absence of direct evidence of Jason's guilt. They argued that it was physically impossible to make such a journey, commit murder, and return unnoticed in such a short period of time. After lengthy deliberations, the jury was unable to reach a unanimous decision. the judge was forced to declare a mistrial. No verdict was reached, which meant the need for a new trial. Parallel to the criminal process, Michelle Young's family filed a civil lawsuit against Jason. Unlike criminal court, where evidence beyond reasonable doubt is required, civil cases demand less stringent standards of proof. Jason completely ignored this lawsuit, refusing to participate in the process. This decision played against him. After reviewing the available evidence, the judge concluded that Jason was indeed responsible for Michelle's death. As a result of the civil process, Jason was ordered to pay $15.5 million to the deceased's family. Although this decision had no direct impact on the criminal case, it significantly influenced public opinion and created additional pressure on Jason. After the unsuccessful attempt to reach a verdict in the first trial, the prosecution got an opportunity to review their strategy and prepare for a retrial. The second trial of Jason Young began in February 2012, almost 5.5 years after Michelle's murder. This time, the prosecution approached the case with new tactics. Firstly, they managed to obtain the court's permission to use the results of the civil lawsuit against Jason as an argument in favor of his guilt. Although this decision sparked controversy among lawyers, the judge deemed it admissible, arguing that the jury had the right to know about all relevant circumstances of the case. Moreover, during the preparation for the new trial, investigators uncovered new information that could be crucial to the case. It was discovered that a year before the murder, Jason had purchased shoes with the same sole pattern as the bloody footprint found in Michelle's room. These shoes were never found, which raised suspicions among investigators. Prosecutors presented this fact as evidence that Jason might have disposed of potential evidence. Prosecutors also focused on building a more detailed psychological profile of Jason. They brought in a behavioral analysis expert who studied Jason's relationship history, his behavior before and after the murder, and presented his findings to the court. This expertise aimed to show that Jason had a predisposition to violent behavior and deception. An important element of the new prosecution strategy was the involvement of additional witnesses. Jason's former fiancée, Genevieve Cargol, agreed to testify. She spoke about instances of domestic violence by Jason, particularly an incident at a wedding in Texas where a drunk Jason forcibly removed her ring during an argument. This testimony was intended to demonstrate to the jury that Jason was capable of aggressive actions towards those close to him. Prosecutors also paid more attention to analyzing phone calls and messages between Jason and his mistress, Michelle Money. They presented a detailed chronology of their communication in the days before and after the murder, trying to show that Jason had a motive to get rid of his wife for the sake of a new relationship. Digital forensics experts conducted additional analysis of Jason's computer, attempting to establish the exact time of suspicious search queries. Although they couldn't obtain definitive results, they were able to narrow down the time frame in which these searches were made, strengthening suspicions about their connection to the crime. Jason's defense, in turn, prepared counter-arguments for each point of the prosecution. They insisted that all evidence against their client was circumstantial and could have alternative explanations. Jason's lawyers also tried to discredit his former fiancée's testimony, claiming she might have personal motives for providing negative characterizations. Preparation for the second trial was intensive and comprehensive. Both sides understood that this might be the last chance to resolve the case in court. The prosecution was determined to achieve a conviction, while the defense sought to prove Jason's innocence, or at least sow enough doubt in the minds of the jurors. The atmosphere in the courtroom was tense. The public and media closely followed every step of the process, understanding its importance not only for Michelle's and Jason's families, but also for the entire justice system. This trial was to be decisive in the long and complex case of Michelle Young's murder. The second trial lasted several weeks. The jurors carefully listened to all evidence and testimonies. Unlike the first trial, this time they managed to reach a unanimous decision. After 6 hours of deliberation, the jury found Jason Young guilty of first-degree murder. The court sentenced him to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Reaction to the verdict was mixed. Michelle's family and friends felt relief, believing that justice had finally prevailed. However, some observers expressed doubts about the sufficiency of evidence for such a severe sentence. After the verdict was announced, Jason Young's lawyers immediately began working on an appeal. They argued that the trial court had made several errors that affected the fairness of the process. One of the main arguments of the defense was that the judge allowed the jury to learn about the results of the civil lawsuit against Jason. The lawyers believed that this information could have unfairly influenced the jury's decision. The Court of Appeals agreed with the defense's arguments and overturned the verdict, ordering a new trial. However, before a third trial could begin, the state Supreme Court reviewed this decision and upheld the original verdict. Meanwhile, little Cassidy, who lost her mother and effectively her father, was being raised by her Aunt Meredith and other relatives of Michelle. The family tried to provide the girl with a normal childhood despite the tragic circumstances. The case of Michelle Young left a deep mark on the Raleigh community and beyond. It drew attention to issues of domestic violence and the complexities of investigating crimes without direct evidence. Many in Raleigh still remember Michelle as a vibrant young woman, a devoted mother, and a successful professional. Her tragic death became a reminder of vulnerability, even in seemingly safe suburbs. The case also sparked discussions in legal circles about the role of circumstantial evidence in criminal trials. Some experts believed that Jason's verdict was fair, considering the totality of circumstances. Others expressed concern about establishing guilt based primarily on circumstantial evidence. Michelle's family continued to fight to preserve her memory. They established the Michelle Young Foundation, which provides support to victims of domestic violence and their children. Cassidy, Michelle, and Jason's daughter, grew up under the care of her mother's family. They made every effort to ensure she had a normal childhood, protecting her from excessive media attention to the tragic story of her parents. The case of Michelle Young remains a subject of interest for criminologists and law students. It is often used as an example of the complexity of investigation and prosecution in cases without direct evidence. Despite the verdict, some questions remained unanswered. The identity of the woman allegedly seen in Jason's car on the night of the murder was never established. This gave rise to theories about the possible involvement of other persons in the crime, although the prosecution never officially considered this version. This case also drew attention to the importance of technical evidence in modern criminal investigations. Surveillance camera footage, electronic key data, and computer information became key elements in constructing the picture of the crime. Over the years since the verdict, Jason's supporters continued to insist on his innocence. They created websites and support groups, claiming he had become a victim of a miscarriage of justice. However, for most Raleigh residents, the case of Michelle Young remains a tragic reminder of how quickly a seemingly perfect life can be shattered. It forced many to rethink their relationships and be more attentive to signs of problems in the families of friends and neighbors. Traditionally, thank you for watching and remind you that it would be great if you support the video by liking and subscribing to the channel.